Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
This is it. Final week of the show, and we're going to finish strong here in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up, we'll get into everything we saw in Week 15 of the National Football League and some devastating injuries with Patrick Mahomes done for the season in 20 minutes. How about some Sunday Night Football? The Vikings up in the Cowboys. We'll talk about that. Then we've got your Monday MVP coming up at 6:40. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. It's a Monday. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Jenks, I'm just coming to a horrible realization. I think I missed your birthday. What day was your birthday? Was it last Sunday? I was so wrapped up in Blake's birthday party that I didn't even ask you about it. How was your birthday?
Oh, it was good. It was very quiet. My birthday was on Sunday, and the Commanders played last Sunday, so it was just very chill. The lovely Catherine and I just went out for a nice dinner and took it easy and enjoyed ourselves. And then after that was over, we came home. So it was just very chill, but we had a great time. We had to be careful because we like to go out, like to get turned a little bit, and I never do that before work. Work is work. So yeah, it was very nice though. Thank you for asking.
A late happy birthday. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's all
I was
right.
definitely in the haze of planning a 6-year-old's birthday party because you and Blake, I know, have around the same birthday. And I looked down, I was like, December 15th. I know Jinx's birthday is not that far into December. I remember it was the first week, so I was like, oh no, worst friend ever. So I apologize.
No, it's not a big deal. It happens. And when you're focused on your kid, obviously, Blake is the most important, clearly. And she had a great birthday, so that's the important thing.
Yeah, so if you need somebody to plan next year's birthday party at a gymnastics facility, Jenks got you covered. They have an obstacle course, they have a ball pit, they have a balance beam. These all sound like very hilarious activities for people in your age demographic.
I'm really big on the pommel horse, honestly. It's a good way for me to work on my upper body, You can swing the legs around very quickly. It's really underrated. That's always been my favorite gymnastic event. I'm trying to think my way
That would
through
actually be hilarious if you did an old school style, whatever they did, a competition where all I think of is Vince Vaughn on the rings where he's smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there. That could be you, Jenks.
It could be me. I could do the floor dance. That would be great as well. Twirling around some sort of stick with a ribbon on the end, some sort of interpretive dance. That's good. It's almost a new year. Everyone needs some sort of New Year's resolution. So maybe mine will be get back in the gym. And they're like, oh, you're going to get
do
in the
more
gym.
gymnastics.
I'm like, no. You don't understand. More gymnastics is what I'm trying to do. I want to get in the gym and do more floor exercise and some of the Olympic events that we see each and every year. Maybe I'll get a win there. You got a win over the weekend. Tell us about your bet.
Yeah, speaking of gymnastics, this was the mental gymnastics play of the week because I looked at this line between the Chargers and the Chiefs. The Chargers were getting 5.5 points against the Chiefs, who had been favored in 5 straight games and lost 4 of those outright. So I looked at the Chiefs and I said, okay, at what point in the season do we look at the Chiefs and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be laying 5.5 points with this team anymore? And I was correct. I understand Patrick Mahomes went down late in this game, and that certainly stinks for Kansas City, but it was not enough. He was out late in this game. Chargers end up winning it 16-13, so I'll take my dub.
Absolutely. I only had one bet on the card, and it was a loser for me. I had Army-Navy over 38 and a hook. I love that bet, but you never know when Army-Navy get together. It had been an over game for the past 3 matchups, not over the weekend, as Navy ekes it out on that incredible 4th down pass from Blake Horvath into the end zone. 17-16 the final, a loss for me. Donkster was fading Phillip Rivers. Bad idea. He was laying 13.5 with the Seahawks, and they win, but just barely, 18-16. So for the week, Chelsea, you went 4-3. I went 2-2. The Donkster went 1-2. And also when it comes to our degenerate parlay, or Double D's degenerate parlay, he went 5-5, and the show parlay goes 1-3. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network, and let's get into Week 15 in the National Football League. And you hinted at it, but my goodness, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13 yesterday at Arrowhead. Chargers getting 4.5. They were plus 160 on the money line total, set at 44 and a hook. The under hits. So the Chiefs eliminated from the playoffs for the first time since 2014. They will not win the division for the first time since 2015. But the big story here is that late in the game, they lose their quarterback.
Watching it again, hit by hand.
Watch as he goes to the ground. It looks like
Ooh.
that.
Oh.
The left knee.
Yep, you saw it.
You saw almost like it popped, it almost hyperextends, like it straightens out as it hits into the ground.
Call courtesy of CBS. Of course, they're talking about Patrick Mahomes, and now we know, this is confirmed by the team, he has a torn ACL, clearly out for the season. And Mahomes says this on X: don't know why this had to happen, and not going to lie, it hurts, but all we can do now is trust in God and attack every single day over and over again. It's been a bad season for the Chiefs, and this is just sort of in line with what we've seen, where now you've got arguably the best quarterback in the game going down. I hated seeing this yesterday.
Yeah, it's really bad when the face of the league and the face of the franchise goes down, and you never want to see it. I will say this, doesn't it feel like Patrick Mahomes for the most of his career has stayed pretty healthy? So maybe he was due for a big injury. Like a lot of people showed the parallels between Tom Brady and how healthy he was. And then in this exact season, whatever season this is for Patrick Mahomes, this is season Tom Brady got hurt and had a season-ending injury. So maybe he was due for one of these just because he's been in the league so long. Does not make it sting any less. But I will say maybe the silver lining here is that the Chiefs this year are not that great of a football team anyway, so maybe this was just not the year. So I think this would be even more devastating if it was a year where the Chiefs looked like they were primed to go back to another Super Bowl. But this does not look like a Super Bowl winning or participating team from what we've seen this year.
Now, even if he were healthy, I mean, what have we seen from the Chiefs this year? A team that just doesn't look like a championship contender. And you know, when you have that history that the Chiefs have, of course, you make a little bit of excuse for them and you say, well, they can turn it on at any time because we've seen that before where it looks like they're barely squeaking by. That's what they did last year. Didn't they win like 10 one-score games where every single time you counted out the Chiefs, they'd prove you wrong? And I think when you have that history, you never want to count out a team like Kansas City. But this just has not been their year. And for the second straight week, Travis Kelce refused to talk to reporters after the game. So it's just kind of a lost season for the Chiefs. And now Mahomes has rehab ahead of him. And you have to wonder about the future of Kelce because, you know, a lot of people thought that this might be his last season, and now he has something to think about.
Right, and you've got to think about the future of the team as a whole, because we see this from dynasties and championship level teams, is that you can't keep the band together forever. Just because guys get older and contracts are more difficult to navigate. So the Chiefs certainly have some offseason decisions to think of, and I'm sure Travis Kelce is on that list as well. But do you think he retires after a season like this? Like, I think that's the question that everybody is asking because it's been so disappointing. But also, when you see, you know, the level of play and it does feel like he's kind of, you know, slowed down a bit, I don't know. Like, do you think he retires?
Man, I don't know. I've gone back and forth because next year he's going to be, 37 in October? And knowing the competitor in him, I feel like he might give it one more go. Just one more go. Mahomes is healthy. They're hyper motivated, and they're better than this. They've had a ton of injuries. And also, if you look at that offensive line for the Chiefs, it's just been one injury after another. It's really been a patchwork O-line for Kansas City. It's not why Patrick Mahomes got hurt on this play, because he was running out of the pocket and it was just a football play. But I think that because of those injuries, because Rashee Rice was out for the beginning of the year or for those first, 6 games, I think my gut is that he'll give it one more run, but who knows?
Yeah, I think that is safe to say that none of us really know what's going on inside the dome of Travis Kelce. So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, one thing we don't have to worry about is whether or not the Bills can make a run, because once again, they have proven they are not done yet. What a win over the Patriots, 35-31. Bills laying 2.5. Bills minus 140 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The over hits. Bills down 21-0 in this game, and then Josh Allen goes to work.
Allen steps up. He's got room in front of him. Pulls the trigger. End zone. Touchdown. A bullet.
Call courtesy of CBS. Allen, 19 of 28, 3 touchdown passes, no picks. James Cook, 107 yards on the ground and 2 scores. And Buffalo prevents New England from winning the division title by ending their 10-game losing streak. The Bills are now 1 game behind the Patriots in the AFC East. This is one of those games where you look up and you see the score and like, ooh, the Patriots, I mean, they're going to continue this streak, but you never count out Josh Allen, and this is exactly why.
Absolutely not. Jenks, I was telling Den about this before the show, that I was a little bummed that this was one of the games chosen and selected for our viewing area, because it was not a close game. So we were watching the Patriots just beat the brakes off the Bills in the first half. And then the other game we got was the Eagles, dismantling the Raiders. Who wants to see that? So I just kept it on the Bills and Patriots. I was like, you know what? These are 2 good teams. I need to watch, what they're doing. And then you saw the second half, and immediately Buffalo just has this huge spark just right out of the gate, where they returned the opening kick, had a great return on, I think it was Ray Davis. And then the offense absolutely went to work, and you're like, where did this team come from? Because they couldn't be stopped. I think they had 3 straight touchdowns on the first 3 drives of the second half. So you'd think to yourself, if Buffalo can string together, a great first half and a great second half, man, they're going to score 70 points.
Yeah. With that defense, which is so hit and miss, you never know the wild swings you're going to see in any Buffalo game. But you do know, well, we got Josh Allen, so probably doesn't matter here. Who's going to win the AFC? Look at the odds right now. Broncos won again yesterday. They're plus 325. The Bills are plus 375. Texans and Patriots 5-1. Jags are plus 650. Then you have the Chargers and Ravens at 11-1. I don't know. I would favor the Bills. I think I want the Bills to win, but you can make a legitimate case for these top 5-6 teams.
Yeah, I think making excuse season is probably over. And at some point, we have to look at the Broncos and be like, okay, they've won 11 straight games. Like, maybe this is a team that deserves our consideration, because I think a lot of people saw the scoring margin earlier in the season, and maybe they don't completely trust Bo Nix. But when it comes to the postseason, like, there is a reason that we've seen the same names in the AFC Championship game. It feels like for the past 10 years. So for me, it's still all about the Bills. The fact that they're not the favorites is kind of crazy to me. And I think it just has something to do with their defense. And it does feel like that offense kind of has to carry the load, because that's what we saw in that game against the Patriots. But I'll say this. It wasn't just Josh Allen. It was James Cook, who had some great runs up the middle. His other guys making great catches. So this offense as a whole is fully capable of making these comebacks at any given time. We've already seen this. We saw this against the Bucs. It was the exact same game script where the Bucs jumped out to an early lead, and you're like, whoa, this is going to be the Sean Tucker game. And instead, it was the Josh Allen game, because he combined for 6 total touchdowns. So for me, the Bills at plus 375, because think about it. If the Bills make the AFC Championship game, they're going to be favored. So I think for me, it's all about the Bills.
Yeah, I was looking at the MVP odds this morning, because I was wondering, are these going to shift based on that incredible comeback? But also the Rams beat the Lions yesterday out in LA, and Matthew Stafford had been leading the way. But right now, Matthew Stafford has gone from minus 160 as your favorite to win MVP to minus 300. So it looks like, despite that comeback, and Allen was great yesterday, this is Matthew Stafford's award to lose.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's sign, seal, deliver, because it's not like Drake May had a terrible game. And here's the thing,
true.
Josh Allen's still fully capable of putting together statistically amazing games. Like, obviously the eye test is there as well, but when it comes to MVP, you need those stats that jump off the page. And the other thing for Matt Stafford is that Devontae Adams has a hamstring injury. So I don't know if he'll be able to go next week. We know he is a big threat in the red zone, but as long as you have Puka Nacua, like, I think Matt Stafford will be just fine.
Also, we do need to mention just a brutal day for injuries yesterday in the NFL. Packers linebacker Micah Parsons tore his ACL in that loss to the Broncos. Coming into that game, he had 12 and a half sacks and led the league with 60 quarterback pressures. So you're talking about two of the biggest stars in the NFL going down just yesterday. So tough in pro football. Coming up next year on the show, we'll take you down to Texas for a recap of Sunday Night Football. Oh, J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings visiting the Cowboys. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. The worst. Ready for the holiday season. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, Dallas' star loses a little bit of shine. So over the weekend, we decided, me and the lovely Catherine, we went on a site visit where our wedding is located. Well, actually, we went to a cake tasting, went to some confectionery or something like that, where it was more of a factory than anything else. We walked in and they showed us the different types of cake mixtures and frostings and ganache and all that stuff that you can have as part of your wedding cake, which was fun. But then we decided, okay, we're about 35 minutes away from our wedding venue. So let's go out there and let's just kind of walk around. It's a small city, Middleburg, Virginia. And let's just kind of take it in because it's out in the middle of nowhere, really. And we'll just kind of stay there. We'll go and we'll have some food and just kind of enjoy the afternoon. So it was a great day. But then I started getting that itch where we were out in the middle of nowhere. And I grew up in the country, even though I live in the city. And we were like, oh, maybe we could live out here. Maybe we could move, blah, blah, blah. We go back and forth between that because I feel like anything that's new is going to be super appealing, especially if you have that history. So I keep going back and forth between, okay, if I lived out in the country or more away from the city, would I get tired of it and bored after a while because I'm such a city person? Or would I actually acclimate and enjoy it? Because sometimes I'm like, well, I'm kind of tired of the hustle and bustle. I don't know. I don't have the answer.
Well, I think you need to see if there's like a good compromise. And I'll say this, that I was surprised about DC. They do have a lot of green space. Like for a big city, there's a lot of places to like run by the water and do like, you know, all types of outdoor activities. Like granted, it's pretty flat because it's by the water. But still, like, is there somewhere you could move that's maybe like 15, 20 minutes away? Because I think that's where I like where we live, because we are enough out in the country to where we have green space, we have trees, we have everything. But if we wanted to go to downtown Nashville, we're 15, 20 minutes away. So it feels like the best of both worlds.
I think that's what we need to do because we're both like that. I know both of us are sort of ready to do something different. I know that. And we will. I think this show coming to an end on Friday. If you haven't heard, the show is winding down here in just a few days. But I think when you have a big event like this, then it sort of makes you rethink things like, okay, this is a huge change for both of us. Is this a time where, because of this change, it's an opportunity for us to maybe do something different if we want to? But I think you're absolutely right. Knowing us, and maybe I'm a little more, I kind of get that bug, I think a little bit more than Catherine, where, okay, I just need to have that access. It doesn't have to be right there, but at least like a quick drive away where it's like, okay, I love living out here because I grew up out in the middle of nowhere and I enjoy seeing the stars. I enjoy the peace. I enjoy the neighborhood. But also, if I get that itch, I kind of want to have that access. So I think you're right about that.
Right. And if I have picked up correctly over the past 4.5 years, you're an incredibly social person. And Jinx, think about like the Game of Thrones list of characters that you have mentioned on the show. Who are your friends? You have so many friends in the city. How long have you lived in DC? 20 years? Like, I feel like that's a social life that you would definitely miss. Like when you're talking about like, hey, we might move overseas. I'm like, Jinx, you have so many friends. Like, I feel like that would be a tough thing to miss out on.
No, that's true. And I've lived in this particular neighborhood for a decade. So it's hard. It's not hard, but when you're in the city, it's more difficult to meet your neighbors. Do you know what I mean? Because everybody is always going and people are so transient and everyone's so busy. But in this neighborhood, I can walk by and I know everyone, not just at the bars or the establishments, but I can walk down the street and know my neighbors next door or here in the building, or just randomly run into people. That happens all the time. So, and that's more difficult to do when you live in a bigger city just by nature. So I think you're right about that. I have to take that into consideration. That's good advice. It's a good therapy session for me today.
Well, that's the perks of knowing somebody for a while.
It's
been
that
a
is
while.
true.
You know, and like think about all those good friends that you have in the city that you can talk to about things just like this.
That's true. Even on VMix. Our favorite computer program ever.
So personal.
We love. Oh, it's so personal. There's nothing better than VMix. Stay at home. Log on to VMix. All right, Sunday Night Football time. Last night in Dallas, Vikings topped the Cowboys. Did not see that coming. I was on Dallas. It was not a great betting weekend for this guy, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Vikings win it, 34-26. The Vikings getting 6 points. They're plus 225 on the money line. Total set at 48. It is the over that hits. J.J. McCarthy looked great against the Commanders last week. Everyone looks great against the Commanders generally, or at least they have this season. And he continued to look good last night in Dallas.
McCarthy to the end zone. Touchdown, Jalen Naylor.
Mike Tirico on NBC. Naylor, 3 receptions, 47 yards, and 2 scores. McCarthy, 15-24, 250 yards. Those 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Rushes for a touchdown as well. Vikings are out of playoff contention, I should say, but have now won 2 straight. McCarthy now 4-4 as Minnesota's starting quarterback. So, look, we don't have a huge sample size here, but I will say that he looked good last night, and just maybe he's starting to put things together.
Yeah, I think this is the only hope for this season, and the 3 games remaining for the Vikings is hoping that your franchise quarterback can improve. And that's what we have seen from J.J. McCarthy over the past 2 games. Now the question is he just beating up on bad defenses that leave people wide open? Because right now that's kind of what it looks like. And it is a 2-game sample size. So as much as the J.J. McCarthy stands earlier in the season, we're like, well, it's a small sample size. You kind of have to do that with the games where J.J. McCarthy has looked good. So I'm not saying I'm out on J.J. McCarthy. I'm not saying I'm in on J.J. McCarthy. I'm just saying we probably need a little bit more time.
Yeah. Did you see him, by the way, do the gritty before walking into the end zone, essentially, on that sort of bootleg where he was untouched and he started doing the gritty, which was really made popular by Justin Jefferson in the NFL, and did it before he was going into the end zone, like just about a yard before. But he was told by Kevin O'Connell, do not do this. He was doing it in practice. And Kevin O'Connell said, listen to me. Do not do this during the game. Do not. Told him before the game. And guess what? J.J. McCarthy went out and still did it.
As a mom, this feels so relatable. Like, how many times have I told my 6-year-old daughter not to do something? And you know what she does? She goes and does it. So this is just, J.J. McCarthy being young. But let's pause for a second, because I found myself being a huge hater when they showed B-roll of J.J. McCarthy giving high fives to all the cops. And tell me if I'm way off base here, because this was not a nice thought. I said, J.J. McCarthy is such a try-hard. He's not doing that for real. He's doing that because the camera's there. Do you ever feel this way about J.J. McCarthy? Honestly, I feel like it's not even deserved. I think it's the fact that so many people anointed J.J. McCarthy before he even took a snap in the NFL. And that annoyed me. So it's not like I'm rooting for the downfall of J.J. McCarthy. I just hate it when people, put somebody on a pedestal before they've even taken NFL snaps.
Oh, I think that's absolutely right. And look, the Vikings are sort of paying for it now, right? Because they got rid of Sam Darnold. And this was a Vikings team that was unbelievable last year. This was a playoff team. And so they essentially banked everything on J.J. McCarthy coming in and immediately having success, which I feel like is short-sighted when you're putting that sort of pressure on any rookie quarterback. No matter what your pedigree might be, it's just almost impossibly difficult to come in and have immediate success unless you're like a Jaden Daniels last year. I know C.J. Stroud was good in his first season, but those guys are exceptions to the rule. So when you sat out a season and you're like, no, this is going to be our guy, I feel like the Vikings didn't really think that through. And I don't know what to think about J.J. McCarthy. This is truly the challenge in the NFL, where you can look good for a couple games, you can be lights out for a month, and then you never know. I always go back to Mac Jones. Remember when Mac Jones was with the Patriots? It seems like forever ago, when he was the guy for New England. We had Lucy on the show back in the day, and she'd be like, this guy's the next Tom Brady. We're like, well, maybe pump the show or pump the brakes on that. But he looked like it for a hot second, right? Like all the potential is there, and then it's not. So maybe McCarthy is the guy. I don't know. What I do know is I'm not going to suddenly decide that he's going to be the future of the franchise based on a couple weeks against two mediocre at best teams. Maybe he is, but, he's been fine.
Yeah, and hindsight obviously is 2020. I just remember before the season, people had all of these expectations for this Vikings team, and I feel like I had to sit there and pause and be like, we don't know what to expect from J.J. McCarthy. You cannot expect somebody who is a rookie or somebody who hasn't played in the NFL to just automatically step up to the plate. And again, I just feel myself being a hater with J.J. McCarthy all the time, to where I just feel like I'm rolling my eyes the way that I used to about the Cowboys. Anytime the Cowboys are mentioned, it'd be like, oh, we're talking about the Cowboys on First Take. Great. But I do almost feel like the Cowboys were the bigger storyline of this game because it was such a disappointing game and a disappointing finish, because they start the game with a bang. And we knew that the Cowboys were trying to start off games faster because they had been, lacking in some of these slow starts. So they get the interception off the bat. And then, they have this amazing fake field goal. Brandon Aubrey does his job. And then they get a touchdown on that, ensuing drive. And you're like, okay, this Cowboys offense is rolling. And then the second half, they just kind of fell off a cliff. And now the Cowboys look like they're probably not going to make the postseason. Jenks, this was a team a couple weeks ago that beat the Eagles and Chiefs in back-to-back weeks, the two teams that were in the Super Bowl last year. And I think a lot of people thought that they might be a sneaky contender in the NFC simply because of their offense. Last night, they did not look like a contender.
No, they didn't. And the Cowboys have been so frustrating to watch, which, fine with me. I'm a Washington fan, so I'm never cheering for Dallas to do great things or anything like that. But I will say that, this was a team that looked like they had won 2 straight, or they had won 3 straight. Now they've lost 2 straight. So just when you thought, okay, the Cowboys are putting it together, and certainly Quinnen Williams on that defensive line has been a huge add, and they're getting better on defense. Dak is balling out. Then they sort of revert back to the mean a little bit, and they have that negative regression. So the Cowboys are not eliminated from playoff contention, but they're not going to win the division, right? They've got to win out while the Eagles lose out. So the Cowboys have to go 3-0 while the Eagles have to go 0-3, and I just don't think it's going to happen. And the Eagles are interesting. Yeah, they blew up the Raiders yesterday. We knew that was going to happen. I don't think the Eagles are a very good team. But I agree with you in that the Cowboys are a more fascinating story because I think their expectations were much higher. And at the end of the day, now we know who these teams are. They're just a mediocre football team, and that's it.
Yeah, and you can't be mediocre in the NFC this year. You just can't. Right. Unless you're the Eagles and you're still winning games as a mediocre football team.
Right.
Or you're in the NFC South where the Panthers lose to the Saints. My goodness, my poor husband was in stitches after that game. He was cussing at the TV. It was not a good day in the household. But back to the Cowboys, standing at 6-7-1, they're behind the Lions and the Panthers, should be noted, for that last wild card spot. But here's the thing, they don't feel like they're trending in the right direction. Because here's the thing, if they were feeling like they were getting better as a football team, but over the last 2 weeks, it feels like they've regressed. So if you're following the patterns, it doesn't feel like a team that I'd want to trust to make the postseason.
No, I think at the end of the day, the Cowboys are, I feel like when they traded Micah away, then it felt like, okay, not that they're giving up on this season. I understand there was a lot to that, and that went into the offseason, all these promises. We've been through all of that. But I can't help but feel that if you are a serious contender, and if you truly believe that you are a playoff contender, you don't get rid of a guy like that unless you're looking towards next season or a couple seasons from now. So that's kind of the read on Dallas, where this season would have been nice. And yes, they're going to say all the right things. They think they can win, but you don't get rid of someone like that unless you decide that maybe now isn't your time.
Well, and also you have to be consistent in the NFL, especially this time of year. Jenks, we have a minute left. I wanted to ask you about this because you're always around NFL players doing the Commander Show. What do you believe when it comes to the saying, good teams win in December? Do you think that's true?
Absolutely.
Have you heard that?
No question about it. Yes, they do.
Mm.
This is the time. If you're going to win, this is it. You can't drop games in December or go 2-2 in December or 1-3 if you want to make the playoffs or you want to go into the playoffs playing your best football. And that's really what it's about. You want to be playing the best you can play or playing as good as you have all season long. Ravens might be a sneaky example of that. I know we're going to break, but they're starting to play their best football right now, which is why they're a threat in the playoffs with a guy like Lamar at quarterback. Come on, next on the show. Time to look at our candidates and decide who is the most worthy of them all. Our Monday MVP is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a Monday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Come up on the show, we will scour the sports universe and decide who had the best weekend. So I told you about my weekend, and I was so rude. I didn't ask what you did this weekend, Chelsea. Did you bake those cookies that we were talking about? Because they sound delicious.
I can't remember what day I did that, but we definitely made some Christmas cookies, and they have already been eaten. So diet's right on track. But it was a good weekend overall. So I got some good outdoor time because on Friday it was actually pretty nice, and so was Saturday. Then Sunday it was like 12 degrees, and we're like, oh my God, seasonal depression is back with a vengeance. But that's been my goal for this winter, is that I think you guys have like a lot of the same weather patterns as we do, is that you'll randomly get nice days kind of thrown into the winter. So my goal is to take advantage of those days outdoors, even if it's like 45, 50 degrees, put on a coat. Get some fresh air, because I think it can be tough going a whole winter, like sitting inside in like the heat, or it's just drying to your passages. And plus it's just depressing. So my mom lives on 23 acres. So we went there and we kind of roamed around. It's good for my daughter. Like, I think low key it's good for my husband as well. So we went on like a family hike. And so like, that's what I'm trying to do this winter to fight seasonal depression, because it gets me every year.
It gets a lot of people, honestly. And right now we're having kind of similar weather. Like, it's gross here. It's in the 20s right now.
It's very
cold. I'm looking at D-Day in the studio. He's got a hat on, keeping his ears warm. I don't blame him. I'd be the same way. Now I got to get out later on today. Yeah, it's been kind of gross here. I was worried yesterday because I had to go to Rockville, which is about 40-minute drive from here, to do the Commanders pregame show. Because of the ice, I was like, am I going to have to leave like a couple hours early? Because when you're on the road and it's icy, you never know. I didn't have to do that, but I don't know why I'm complaining. You never know how people are going to handle the cold. And I don't trust drivers to handle the cold when maybe they're not accustomed to handling it. Like, especially here in DC, it's cold, at times, but it's not like this is Minneapolis or Chicago or Boston, where they get cold weather on such a regular basis that people on the road really know how to handle it. Not here in DC. It's like, you kind of know how to handle it. Then you run into some crazies.
Yeah, our city does not know how to handle it. Like, we don't have a snowplow. And like, occasionally they'll throw out some salt, but usually it's like a day or two late. You're like, hey, you should have done this beforehand. Janice, I was going to ask you this. So since you guys live in a condo, but I think it's like standalone, if I have it correct, you guys have like a rooftop and stuff. Do you have to worry about like the pipes freezing and stuff? Because that's the one thing that sucks. Well, one of the many things that sucks about being a homeowner is when it's very cold, you have to prep your house.
Oh, God. I guess I need to check on that.
You probably don't.
I don't think so.
If you share a building, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm not sure, but now I'm having a panic attack. Like, I need to check the pipes. Is that a problem?
I mean, you've lived there for how long? If it's never been an issue, I think you're okay.
That's true. It's never been an issue. It has not been an issue. So I think it's going to be fine. But with me, I catastrophize everything. So I think I think it helps that, we're all sharing kind of the same, underpinnings, or, I'm going to use phrasing that people who built pipes, the intesticle.
That's
guys, it's basically, you got to test the intesticle integrity of the building. So I've been doing this for a long time. I'll check it out, give these pipes a feel or two, see how it goes. Yeah, definitely come to me for all of your condominium questions or all of your internal piping questions.
Jenks, next time you have somebody over at the house to like look at something that's like a home improvement guy, please bring that up with a straight face and see what they say.
I will.
Like, yeah, can you take a look at the intesticle? I just feel like it's been tingling a little bit.
Yeah.
We need to check it out.
I don't know if this guy's an idiot or if I should contact my local police. I'm not quite sure how I feel about this guy. All right, let's find out how we feel about the best performers of the weekend, cast our votes, and pick a winner.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP. MVP.
All right, I'll get things started here so I can focus on really updating my vocabulary more than anything else. I'm going with Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you that chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
So this is really about his speech more than it is winning the Heisman Trophy. We sort of all knew he was going to win the Heisman based on his season, based on how he finished the year. But when you compare that to Diego Pavia, now he was acting out over the weekend, and we'll talk about that later on in the show. I just thought this was such a heartfelt speech, and you never know what you're going to get. So clearly he talked about his teammates he went through. He thanked his family. It's clear he's particularly close to his mother. But I just love that at the end he was talking about how he was a 2-star recruit. He had 1 scholarship, and there weren't a lot of people who believed in his athletic ability or what he had to offer. And so for him to stand up there and to be as humble as he was and to take so little credit and to thank everyone around him and really send such a positive message to any young athlete who might be doubting themselves, I thought was just the perfect way to end what has been a brilliant season for him. So Fernando Mendoza and his Heisman speech, my Monday MVP.
And it was inspiring. But for me, I'm going a little older, and my MVP of the weekend is an actual grandpa. I'm going with Phillip Rivers.
3rd down and 4. Rivers, and he's got a man. Touchdown! That's Josh Downs, and that's Phillip Rivers with a touchdown pass.
Raise your hand if you had 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, an actual grandpa, holding court with one of the best teams in the NFL. That's exactly what we saw on Sunday. I didn't believe it. Honestly, I thought Phillip Rivers was going to end this game going to the hospital because he was going to take a hit. And I know how things feel when you get older. But instead, we saw the Colts go toe-to-toe with Seattle. They did lose this game 18-16, and Phillip Rivers did throw a bad pick at the end. But still, for somebody to come out of retirement after not playing a single NFL game in 5 years and almost lead his team to a win. Like, I understand almost is not like a great word in the world of sports, but for me, somebody who is older, I thought this performance was inspiring. Like, granted, the numbers don't jump off the page, 18 of 27, 120 yards, a touchdown and a pick, but still what he said after the game, like, he was talking about how there is doubt and it's real. Mm-hmm. The guaranteed safe bet is to go home and not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens. And I feel like a lot of us later in life kind of have this mentality where you think that all your potential is already dried up and, your life can't go in a different direction. I felt like this was really motivating for us olds out there. So for me, the MVP of the weekend was Phillip Rivers.
Nice. All right, Double D. Good morning.
All right, I'm going with a guy I never thought in a million years I would go with. Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, Jaguars.
Lawrence is in trouble, trying to get away. Flags come flying. Lawrence can run for a little bit. Lawrence can run for a score.
Trevor Lawrence goes 20 for 32, 330 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Also led the team in rushing with 51 yards and another touchdown for 6 total touchdowns on the day for Jaguars' dominant win over the Jets.
Nice. That's a really good one as well. All right, let's bring in our guy, D-Day. Good morning.
All right, guys, 3rd week in a row. Not that I'm counting. I'm bringing my guy, Josh Allen, into the party.
Allen steps up. He's got room in front of him. Pulls the trigger. End zone. Touchdown. A bullet.
Nobody had a better weekend than Josh Allen. On Friday, he found out he's about to be a father. On Sunday, he sunned Drake May and came back from 21 down to win a big divisional game that keeps them in the race for the division. So I thought he played excellent. He had 3 touchdowns, and all of them were when they were obviously down 21-0. So I loved what I saw from Josh Allen. He is, for the 3rd week in a row, my Monday MVP.
Yeah. This is a strong group. Strong grouping.
Yeah. And speaking of strong, like, do you ever just sit and marvel at how hard Josh Allen throws the football? Like, the way that he just flicks his wrists. Like, there was a play where he just threw the ball away and he just flicked it and it just, ricochets off the mat in the end zone. You're like, oh my God, he just flicked that with his wrist. Like, it's wild to see somebody who is that physically strong and that, like, nimble on his feet. And it's just one of those things where we talk about, like, the stats and the eye test need to match for an MVP. The eye test is definitely there for Josh Allen. And then, of course, if he puts along with it some great stats, it's hard to argue against Josh Allen to win the MVP. But we've had some other great candidates this year as well. Matt Stafford has the great numbers. I know he's a little older, but still, he makes some crazy throws as well. And then Drake May, what he is doing at this age is incredible as well. So, Josh Allen, I wish you were on my team.
Yeah, you never really know until you're out there with these guys or you see it in person, like the athletic talent. Like, you see it when you see it on TV. Imagine like being on the receiving end of a pass like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I remember years ago, I'm like, I would die.
My insides.
I remember years ago, I was playing goalie. I was a netminder in MLS. I suited up for DC United just as part of a story. And Ben Olsen, who played for the team, played for the U.S. national team for a hot second, and was the coach of the team. He was the guy, like, kicking soccer balls at me and destroying me. And then after about 10 minutes, he's like, "You ready for some heat now?" I'm like, "Wait, you just been warming up?" And I was just, it was terrifying. I mean, these guys at the top of their game. Unbelievable. Come up next for the show, we will shift gears back to Week 15 of the NFL and preview Steelers and Dolphins tonight. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. It's time for Hour 2, the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And we've got a great hour of programming on deck. We'll start with the best of our bets in Monday Night Football. Dolphins, Steelers tangling on a very cold Pittsburgh night, and all the narratives that you need to know to go along with it, along with some good trends. Then we'll go on to what happened in college football over the weekend. Of course, Fernando Mendoza won the Heisman and was extremely gracious in his speech. How do you not root for this guy? Well, just ask Diego Pavia, because he was not so nice over the weekend. We'll talk about the scuttlebutt there. And then at 7:40, more NFL betting lessons we learned over the weekend. It's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so we have a couple narratives going into tonight's Monday Night Football game that are pretty strong, if you like the Steelers laying 3 at home against the Dolphins. So I don't know if you've seen this one. I feel like I've heard it mentioned many a time in the betting space. Mike Tomlin has never lost a Monday Night Football game at home. Narrative number 2 that goes for the Steelers. Tua Tagovailoa is 0-6 in games under 40 degrees. Right now it's 10 degrees in Pittsburgh. 10. So this is well below 40 degrees. Tua's touchdown to interception ratio in those games, 1 touchdown, 12 picks. In games which the temperature was under 40 degrees. So, Jenks, let me ask you, is this enough for you to be on the Steelers tonight?
I'm actually on the Dolphins. I know. I am not going to bet it. And you mentioned those numbers about Tua, which are pretty damning. Not just Tua, just the Dolphins in particular. When it's 40 degrees or less, they've lost 13 straight games. 13 straight. I'm on Miami. I'm an idiot. Well, this was 3.5 earlier in the week. We've seen some money come in on the Dolphins. I like the under in particular. I don't know what to think here. This is one of those games where if we were doing the entire slate like we do on Friday, I'd be like, you know what? We can talk about it. We can each give a side, a total, a prop, whatever it is, but I'm going to stay away from this one. But I feel like that's the one thing, and it's a real thing. I mean, you're absolutely right. This is not some random trend that doesn't have any value. Like when you hear a trend and it's like, yeah, but you're including like the 70s and 80s here. So different teams, different time. You're right. The Dolphins play terribly in cold weather, but also they're 5-1 in their last 6. They're playing good football. And I feel like we've forgotten about that because they started off the season so poorly and because it looked like Mike McDaniel might lose his job. That was a big discussion on this show. Is he going to be the first guy to get fired? You know, his sound bites did make a lot of sense because he seemed affected, and he should have been. The Dolphins were terrible, but they've actually played very quietly exceptional football over their last 6. I kind of like this to be a close game, a field goal game. I like to better at 3.5. I would lean Dolphins, but man, when you mention those trends, you're not wrong. Are they going to perform? And it's not just cold. It's going to be really cold tonight in Pittsburgh. So I want to see how Miami responds to that. And I don't know how that's going to go down. I would lean Dolphins, but I totally get the concern there if you're thinking about going against Pittsburgh here. I mean, they're used to this cold. Miami is not.
Well, here's the other thing, and you kind of touched on this. So this line opened at 3.5, and here's the crazy thing. The majority of the bets and the ticket number is on Pittsburgh. 77% of the money line bets are on the Steelers, 69% nice of the spread bets are on the Steelers, but yet this line has moved in the other direction. So, Jenks, I feel like that's a little red flag where you say, okay, despite everybody seemingly betting on the Steelers, why are the Dolphins now only 3-point dogs in this one? So, like, that's another thing that you kind of put, in the stew that you're handicapping with. I should say in the crock pot, because that's what I'm cooking with these days because it's so cold. But here's the other thing. I don't feel like it has to be a game where Tua has to have shoulder the load of the offense because the Steelers have not been good against the run. Like, this is the pathway for the Dolphins to kind of make their move, because I'll say this, like, for people who play fantasy football, you know the name Devon Achane because he has been that good this year from a production standpoint. And from a ground game standpoint, he's rushed for at least 92 yards in 4 straight games. Here are his totals: 92, 134, 120, and 174. So if you're banking on, the ground game getting going, at least the Dolphins have a great running back who also has great hands to at least take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think Achane's going to be huge here. And you mentioned how the Steelers are not good against the run. And you're right. I mean, you're absolutely right about that. And to me, that's why I like the Dolphins, and that's why I like Achane props, and that's why I like the under here. If Miami is going to win this game, they absolutely have to run the ball. Full stop. That's how they've been winning games. It's not a coincidence that they've said, okay, Tyreek's out for this season. We have an all-world running back in Achane who can catch passes out of the backfield. So let's lean more on this running game and a defense that has gotten better, by the way. And let's take some of that pressure off of Tua, who is a good quarterback, but not a great quarterback. And if you look at the Steelers' defense, they've given up, 249 yards to the Bills, 217 yards to the Ravens on the ground. So I think if you're Miami, and TJ Watt's not going to play tonight for the Steelers, that's a crazy story. He's out of the lineup, so that clearly makes that Pittsburgh defense weaker. And I know we've talked about that stat before. I forget the exact number, but the Steelers defense and the Steelers in general are a totally different team when TJ Watt is on the field. There's not many defenders out there that by their mere absence can change the complexion of an entire defense or an entire team, but he is one of those dudes. So you're right. If the Dolphins keep it on the ground, that's their best shot at winning this game, and Achane would certainly lead the way.
Yeah, Jenks, I have that stat for you. So it's time to open up the crock pot and add more ingredients to our handicapping stew.
Right.
The Steelers are 1-10 in games without TJ Watt. 1-10. And one of those losses even came to the Miami Dolphins. Now, granted, it was back in 2022, but now we have some things cooking in our crock pot when we have all these stats and all of these numbers. And so now it feels like the stew's a little bit murkier, where at the start it was clear. You're like, all right, it has to be the Steelers, right? Then you see the reverse line movement. Then you see the fact that the Steelers are susceptible against the run. And sneakily, the Dolphins' defense has not been that bad either. So I think for me, this is coming to a no play. Like at the start, I was like, okay, we're on the Steelers. Like the Dolphins can't play in 10-degree weather. But if they're running the football, I do think they have a chance. And this Steelers team this year has been kind of inconsistent. Like, and you look at the defense, and I know it's an expensive unit, one of the most highly paid units in the entire NFL, but like the numbers just haven't matched. Like you mentioned those rushing numbers that they've given up in back-to-back weeks. And I will say this, like the Bills and Ravens are two offenses that are pretty tough to stop, when they get going. But the Dolphins have been good as well. Like, again, going back to these numbers for Devon Achane as well. So I think for me, instead, I'm just going to go with a player prop. So let's look at the numbers for Devon Achane because he does feel like the guy tonight. So 79.5, I believe, is the rushing prop for Devon Achane. But here's the thing. He's also good with his hands as well. Maybe it's not quite as consistent as the numbers on the ground that we've been seeing, over the past few games. But you could do rushing plus receiving. You could do receiving. You could do him to score a touchdown, which I would imagine the juice on that has to be pretty high. Minus 125. So pick your poison, Jenks. Will you be playing any props on Devon Achane?
You know what I think I'm going to do instead is I am tempted. And I think that if you want to play Achane tonight, of course, the books are going to be on this. People are going to be on this. But I still think he can exceed it. The Steelers defense has not been good against the run, like we talked about, and they're especially bad without TJ Watt. So I think what I'm going to do, which is very much in line with that, is I'm going to go with the under on Tua's passing prop. So I found it 195 and a hook. And that sounds really low, but here's the thing. A, it's going to be freezing freaking cold tonight, right? Number one. Number two, we know the Dolphins want to run the ball. And also, Tua only averages like 185 yards passing per game this season. Like, he's not a guy who's averaging 200 and something yards a game and they're doing it through the air. No, Miami has been winning games by running the ball. So these two things correlate. We always want to make sure the game scripts are aligned. If you think this is a game that Miami's going to win, you don't want Tua throwing for 300 yards and Achane going for over 100. It's just not going to happen, and it's not going to happen in this weather. So I like the Achane prop. I like the under for Tua's passing prop because I feel like because it's the cold and because the Dolphins want to lean on that ground game, then those two things can both be true, and I think they will be.
Yeah, I think both of those are really good plays. You look at the one for Tua, and this specific number, 192 seems high. Like, the only thing I can think of is if the Dolphins just, like, pee down their legs and this game is not close, because Tua's only gone over this number in one of his last 5 games, and that was an absolute blowout back on October the 30th, where they lost to the Ravens 28-6. Honestly, I think this game's going to be a little bit closer. And here's the thing. They have been trusting Devon Achane. Why would they turn back now? Like, Devon Achane has been getting a healthy amount of carries, and even games that he doesn't. He only had 7 carries against the Jets, and that was a blowout, and still had 92 rushing yards. So if I'm coach of the Dolphins, which I am not, but I'm probably around the same size as Mike McDaniel, I'm saying we are relying on Devon Achane for most of our offense, and especially now that you don't have, Tyreek Hill in the receiving game. I know it's been a while since he's been involved, but that's what you kind of expected from the Dolphins passing offense. Coming into the season, you're like, okay, well, they're one of the fastest teams in the league, and it's tough to cover them. It feels like we're miles away from that now, where you see the passing yardage totals for Tua, and it hasn't been a dynamic or explosive passing offense. It's been a team that wants to run the football, and they've done it pretty effectively. So I think both those plays are very good. If you wanted to, you could even pare them down, which I don't think you can play alt unders when it comes to passing yardage. But if you could, that'd be a good leg. But I think, the number by itself, 192.5, is worth playing just by itself.
Yeah, I found it at 195 and a hook. I still need to check that out. So I absolutely love that. And I honestly, I don't think it matters. I mean, I know these props could be variable in the market because they're passing yardage totals. But again, you could play this down to, you could honestly probably play an alt line. I know what you're talking about, though. It's hard to play an alt line under. I mean, you have to really search for that if you want to find that in the market. But regardless, whatever the number is, I'd still take the under no matter what.
Okay, so what do we expect from the Steelers? I think this has been a tricky question to ask on the offensive side of things because we've seen some good games from Aaron Rodgers and we've seen some stinkers. Like, there was a game against Buffalo. He went 10 of 21 for 117 yards. He had back-to-back games with 117 yards and 116 yards passing. So that's the thing with the Steelers for me. It's just, it doesn't feel like a very consistent team. And I think if you want to trust a favorite, that's when you want a team to be consistent. But I'll say, like, this time of year, Aaron Rodgers probably gets my nod of approval a little bit more over Tua Tagovailoa. I just feel like the Dolphins are not going to rely that heavily on the passing game, so less of the trust has to go on Tua.
Yeah, I think so as well. And just to go back to the Steelers for a second, it's always interesting to me how markets move based on something that we saw the week previous, right? And I think maybe it's not true in every single game, but it can certainly be true in how the public bets a game because that's your most recent memory. Like, I just saw this team look really amazing. It's like, okay, but also what is the totality of their season? And the reason why I mention that is that when you look at the Steelers, I feel like the market is giving them a little too much credit for beating the Ravens. Like, they looked really good in that game. Aaron Rodgers is throwing on the belt when he's running into the end zone. The Steelers are feeling it, but it's one game. The Steelers have been sort of hit and miss all season long. And it's also incredible that they're on pace to win the division. I don't know now because the Ravens are right there, like right on their heels, so the Steelers need to win this game. But I feel like in this particular case, the market is looking at that win over Baltimore, or at least the public is looking at that win over Baltimore and giving the Steelers a smidge too much credit for how good they really are, which I think is they're a mediocre team at best.
Yeah, I don't think anybody looks at the Steelers and are like, oh, that's a team that's going to win
Right.
the AFC. But hell, this year, who knows? All right, so I'm already building my same game parlay. I'm going to continue doing that during the break. Right now, we have Tua under his passing yardage prop of 192.5 and Devon Achane to record 75-plus rush yards. That's plus 190. Maybe I'll look for one more leg to get a little bit more plus money on the card. But next, we get into college football and the drama that was Diego Pavia being a little mean to Fernando Mendoza. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we back. And of course, there's always some kind of drama going on in college football. So this week's rendition, Jenks, has me feeling a lot of the same feelings that I felt when Notre Dame got left out of the college football playoff. Where at first I said, wow, that's kind of a rug pull. Like they were in the rankings all season long, and then the voters were like, just kidding. First I felt bad for their fans. And then Notre Dame goes on this spree where they're pouting and they're saying, we're not going to do all these things. We're not playing in our bowl game, and you better guarantee us a spot in the college football playoff next year. And you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, you lost all of my sympathies there. So, Jenks, now I'm starting to get those type of feelings for Diego Pavia. Because listen, Diego Pavia had a great case to be in the running to win the Heisman. And I feel for him, especially since he plays at Vanderbilt. And we know the Heisman is not the same thing as like MVP. A lot of it usually is the best player on the best team, and usually that player is a quarterback. So sometimes, the Heisman can get a little bit, misconstrued, and sometimes it's a little different. And I understand that. But then the spree that Diego Pavia went on over the weekend, where he posted an Instagram story that said, F the voters. Then he went out and got bottle service where the sign read, F Indiana. And it did not say, it said the actual word. And he's out there partying, and he's following in the footsteps of Johnny Manziel, and not in a good way, to the point where I think I have stopped rooting for Diego Pavia.
Yeah, this is a really bad look. And it's a bad look for a few reasons. Number one is we saw this sort of coming weeks ago, right? I think we were talking about on this show where it was clear that he was buying into his own hype a little bit too much. And I'm all for celebrating and enjoying the process, but wasn't he in the end zone after a touchdown and they did like the wave, and at the end he did like the Heisman pose? We're like, okay, fine, whatever. But he's always had that confidence, but he has leaned into that so much. And it's a big part of his game. It's one of the reasons why he's so good. But now he's leaned into it so much that he's become hyper cocky. And so when he says, F all the Heisman voters, he doesn't realize, or maybe he did, which would make it worse, those Heisman voters, some of those voters, are the former Heisman Trophy winners themselves. Like each former Heisman winner gets a vote. So not only are you disrespecting Fernando Mendoza and not letting him have his moment, or at least not being classy about it, you're insulting former winners. Like, what an awful way to go about losing this award. And by the way, Mendoza should have won this award. He was absolutely deserving. And then there's a video floating around where someone asks him on Instagram, or I think this was posted by the Daily Mail, but it's legit. You can see him answer the question, where someone says, who was the best or better Heisman winner, Johnny Manziel or Lamar Jackson? And you know what Diego Pavia says? He goes, neither. It's me. Like, come on, dude. He's gone from gritty underdog that you can get behind, love how tough he is, I love the way he plays the game, to a guy who is eminently unlikable, and he handled this completely the wrong way.
Yeah, it's wild how much he's followed in the footsteps of Johnny Manziel, right?
Yeah.
Where at first, Johnny Manziel was so likable. And here's the thing. When you play for a school that's not normally at the top of the ranks, sometimes you have to drum up your own hype. So some of this felt forgivable to me when you're in season and before the Heisman ceremony, because I understood that he was campaigning for himself. He plays for Vanderbilt. Like, he's not going to get the footage unless he has some bravado, some swag. And then you get the coverage. But once the ceremony was over, that's when it needed to stop. And here's one thing. You can feel these feelings in your heart of hearts, but you don't need to say them, especially to people that you were sitting, on the same line with. Where what did Fernando Mendoza do to deserve this? Fernando Mendoza has been nothing but gracious and deserving of the Heisman. He played in the biggest game of the year, and he came away with the win against the best defense in the country. Coming to that game, Ohio State was giving up 8.5 points per game. So it just feels like one of those things where you had me until after the Heisman ceremony, and then you can't act like a sore loser. Like, I understand you wanted to win the award, but there's ways to do it a little bit better.
A lot better. A lot better.
Right.
You know, like, I know he's come out and he's apologized now because someone got in his ear and was like, dude,
Because he
like,
had
what are
to.
you doing? Yeah, he had to. You know, and it's one thing if he was a little upset about it, he posted one thing, but it's just one piece of evidence after another, you know? So he can talk about how family matters, and yes, family absolutely matters. And when people didn't believe in you, your family was there. Absolutely. I totally understand that. But also, look at Fernando Mendoza up there on the dais, thanking each individual member of his family, thanking his mother, thanking his brothers, thanking his father, thanking his head coach, thanking his teammates. So the idea that, oh, you know, I'm just backing the guys who supported me. Yeah, you're not alone. You're not the only person in that room who has had a support system. And this just reeks of someone who has had so many people around him telling him how great he is that he's bought into the hype without acknowledging there are other players who have done just what you've done, if not better. I mean, I know Pavia had more total offense, but Fernando Mendoza had more total touchdowns, fewer interceptions, fewer fumbles lost, higher quarterback rating, higher QBR. And also Indiana went undefeated. Vandy went 10-2. And so unlike something like the Cy Young in baseball, where your team's record doesn't matter as much, in football, it always matters. It always has. It always will. And Fernando Mendoza deserved to win this award.
Right. And I think more of it is just like the way that he handled it afterwards that has me rooting against it, because he had a good case, you know, and a good argument to win the Heisman. Ultimately, I do think Fernando Mendoza deserved it. But I was thinking to myself, okay, let's take the emotions out of it. And is there a betting angle for this? Because I will say Vandy is playing in a bowl game. They said they did not think twice about accepting a bid to the ReliaQuest Bowl, where it's going to be Vandy facing off with Iowa. Do you think this goes into the handicap that Diego Pavia is so pissed off that he didn't win the Heisman?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know how much better he could play. I mean, he has been a great player, so I'm not trying to take away from how great he's been this season. He has been awesome. There's no question about it. So both things can be true. Fernando Mendoza should have won the award, and also Diego Pavia has had a wonderful season. That's why he was in New York City. But I don't know how much more of a motivation it could be. Maybe, but what it will take is the rest of his team buying into this idea that he got robbed. And maybe they do. I don't know. But I think it's something, let me put it this way. It may not help, but it's damn sure not going to hurt. So if you were leaning towards Vandy, it would be another data point where you would say, this is another reason why I like the Commodores. So I totally get that.
Yeah, so Vandy laying 5.5 against Iowa. And of course, closer to bowl season, we might get to that game, but our show's ending this week. So maybe we'll all right, so let's look at the opposite end of this, because there is a way to be a gracious winner as well, and nobody exemplified that better than Fernando Mendoza. When you listen to him speak, it felt like if you weren't rooting for him during the season, now you're officially rooting for him because of the things that he said during his Heisman speech. So let's hear a little snippet of what he said.
I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you that chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
That's exactly how you do it. That's how you get people to root for you, even when you're not trying, because you can tell that this is a genuinely humble acceptance speech. And I do think that this is a nice trend that we've seen with the Heisman. And from a betting standpoint, it always feels like you don't bet anybody who's the favorite to win the Heisman because it feels like it never happens. Because remember, wasn't Arch Manning the favorite going into this season? And we saw how that turned out. But now, back-to-back years, we have had, I don't want to say completely unheralded recruits win this award, but Cam Ward famously was a 0-star recruit out of high school, and then, of course, went on to be the number 1 overall pick for the University of Miami. But now you see, almost said Diego Pavia, Fernando Mendoza win this award. So it's nice to see these type of stories, especially in a world of college football, where all you think of is the blue bloods. Like normally you think, oh, it's going to be the same iteration and the same revolving door of Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, whoever. But now it's a part of, this bigger storyline where Indiana has broken the mold, and they've done it with Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, this is, I cannot impress upon people who are younger enough what Mendoza and what this season will mean to Indiana football. The fact that the Indiana Hoosiers have a Heisman Trophy winner is it's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say about that. I texted a friend of mine who went to Ohio State right before the game. I was like, good luck tonight. And he was like, we're about to show these guys what Big Ten football is all about. And I think a lot of people felt that way. Like, you've had a nice run, Indiana. You've had a nice, good for you. But now you're running into the biggest of the big boys in the Big Ten, the defending national champion. And they were just as physical. They were better than Ohio State. So now we can finally put to bed even that inkling of an idea that Indiana wasn't ready for the moment, or Indiana wasn't quite there, or maybe what we've seen has been smoke and mirrors and they've had luck along the way. This is all legitimate, and we've seen it for a couple years now under Curt Cignetti. And now we're seeing Indiana dedicate the resources. Do you know how hard it is when you've had not a few years, decades of futility? Decades of futility. The second losingest program in college football history. How difficult it is to change that, to turn that around, and not just to say, hey, we're winning now. No, we're the Big Ten champion. No, we're the number 1 seed in the college football playoff. Oh, by the way, our quarterback just won the Heisman Trophy. It's remarkable in every way.
Right, and to prove your point of people having trouble accepting Indiana as the best team in college football, they're not the favorites to win the national championship, Jenks. Ohio State, 2-1. They are your favorites to win the national championship, and then you have Indiana at plus 280. Do you think this is the sportsbooks kind of banking on that old knowledge of people who are just like, they just can't get over the fact that Indiana's good this year?
Yeah, it's just hard to get it through your head, when you've seen something for so long, and not just for, in the NFL, we talk about how, are the Patriots really good this season? Because after Bill Belichick left, they were bad at the end of his tenure. They were bad for a while, and now they're starting to be good again, right? Same thing with the Bears. Are the Bears really good? And the Bears are a better example, but think about, it's a few years of them being bad. I got to get over that. Compare that to, as long as I've lived, this college program has been terrible. You know how hard that is to get through? It's like, yeah, but it's Indiana. I know they're good. I know they've had these big games. I know they've won. I know they beat Oregon and Penn State, and all the numbers are there. Are they really that? It's hard to break through decades of futility and believe in a team. But that's why I think even now, look, Ohio State is probably the more talented team, but I don't know if they're the better coach team. I think Indiana is, and Ryan Day's a very good head coach, make no mistake about it. But I still think there's partially part of that left, where it's still Ohio State. And Ohio State could win it all. There's no question about it. But there is, I think, part of that lingering doubt. Can you guys really finish the job here? I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't want to be hypocritical because I liked Ohio State to beat Indiana just because the talent on the field. It wasn't a slight to Indiana. It was just kind of a nod to Ohio State's defense. And so I'm looking at the bracket. I'm like, okay, maybe there's something in the bracket that screams like Ohio State has the easier path. I don't think so. So you look at Indiana's path. So they'll face the winner of Alabama and Oklahoma in the first round. So maybe that's a tough one. And then they'll face the winner of, the play-in game. And then whoever, I guess, would have to beat Texas Tech. Honestly, we've seen Indiana beat one of the best defensive teams in the country. So I think matchup-wise, Indiana can still win that game. And then for Ohio State, they have to play the winner of Miami and Texas A&M. And then if they win that one, they play the winner of probably Ole Miss and Georgia. So any way you slice it, it's not going to be an easy road. But still, I don't see any huge discrepancies between the path between Indiana and Ohio State to win a national championship. All right, coming up next, we go to the NFL, our biggest betting lessons we learned over the weekend. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Monday. In a few minutes, we'll get to the betting lessons we learned over the weekend in the NFL, because it always feels like we're still learning when it comes to betting on the National Football League. So, Jenks, it feels to me like the NFL doesn't necessarily need storylines. Like, you could give me the most bland iteration of the NFL ever, and I'd still watch the games. Like, people love to complain. They're like, oh, the NFL sucks, it's rigged. But they're still watching. Even if it's like the Jets and the Browns on the Thursday night, people will still watch the product. But over the weekend, It was wild to me that the game that I was most excited to see was the Colts and the Seahawks. Like, I remember thinking, like, okay, I hope we get this game, in our regional area. We didn't. And I was really disappointed, because when you hear about a quarterback coming back after 5 years away from the NFL at 44 years old and a literal grandpa, I wanted to see what Phillip Rivers had to offer. And so I think a lot of people were low-key very interested in this game. And Phillip Rivers delivered. Like, maybe he didn't deliver a win, and I understand there are no moral victories in the NFL, but the Colts made it a game with the Seahawks. They eventually lost 18-16, but this is one of the better games of the late window.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Phillip Rivers is clearly not the quarterback that he used to be, but I think a lot of people thought that we were going to see some sort of catastrophic meltdown. Like, he was just going to get out there and be awful. Like, 5 picks, sacked 6 times, arm like a noodle, Mr. Burns. Like, he was, I think, considering that he's had, less than a week of practice, he's went up against one of the best defenses in the National Football League, and he's on the road. I thought he performed very well, had a touchdown pass, only threw for 120 yards, but ultimately I thought he acquitted himself really well considering the circumstances. And regardless, look, they had a chance to win this game. If it weren't for Jason Myers going 6 of 6, I mean, you talk about the MVP being a kicker. He was the MVP of this game. Had he not gone 6 for 6, including a 56-yarder to win it with just a few seconds on the clock, I think less than 30 seconds, then the Colts probably win this game. So I thought it was a great story, and I don't think anybody thought he was going to ball out and throw for more than 300 yards, but it was fantastic to see.
Yeah, as a mom, I was worried for his health, because he's older, and it's like one of those things as you get older, and I'm not even 44, but like, imagine doing something extremely physically challenging, later in life, and it stings a little differently when you're older as opposed to when you are younger. So I see some of these hits in the NFL. I'm like, Jenks, I don't know if he's going to make it out of this game. I honestly thought that he was going to be in that medical tent and he wasn't going to make it the entire game. Like, if you would have told me that after this weekend that Phillip Rivers would end up healthier than Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons,
God, I know.
I would have told you were crazy. And I understand those were ACL injuries, and like, obviously there are freak injuries that can always happen no matter how in shape or in your prime you are. But it's one of those things where I think about what people thought of Phillip Rivers when he was actually in his prime and in the league. And you do have to remember, like, he was somebody who never felt like he was afraid of a challenge. Like, he was a bit of a gunslinger, right? Like, he seems like this good old Southern boy who, he's built big. He's almost built similarly to Josh Allen, that he's like a thick individual. Like, he's 6'4". Like, I think who knows what his weight is now, but he is not a slight build when it comes to a quarterback. So it just kind of exemplified all the things that you remembered about Phillip Rivers. He's not afraid to go out there and sling it.
No, I mean, he doesn't have the arm strength that he used to have. I think his longest pass was 17 yards, but still, find a quarterback who can go out there at this age after not having played a snap in 5 years and stay competitive and keep his team in the game. This was super tight throughout. The Colts were 13-point dogs, and they led this game with under a minute to play. So, yeah, they lost this game. This is tough, but it's not because of Phillip Rivers. And I thought it was such a good story, and especially everyone else got on board. Like once we initially heard the story last week, it was like, okay, this is kind of crazy. And then once everyone heard that soundbite of Phillip Rivers talking about his kids, his 10 kids and their different reactions based on their ages, I just thought it was one of those things that everybody could kind of get behind. And so great story from the weekend. Tough loss for the Colts, but man, they were competitive.
Right. And I think it's one of those storylines that I was talking about this earlier, where it feels relatable to us who are past 25. You know, like you see the Heisman speeches and you're like, okay, this is for the kids growing up. And they're like, you could be anything. For us who are later in life, it feels like that potential and that dream. Like sometimes it feels like that's so far away. And you're like, oh, I'm already too old for things to happen for me. So when you watch Phillip Rivers and like what he said after the game, it's motivating for us olds. So, Jenks, listen to what Phillip Rivers said after the game, because this went viral for a reason. I saw everybody tweeting about it yesterday, and it was a really good takeaway.
You know, maybe it will, I don't know, inspire or teach, you know, to not to run or be scared of what may or may not happen, you know. Hopefully, you know, certainly I think of my sons and those ball players, you know, that I'm in charge of at the school, that they'll say, like, crap, coach wasn't scared. You know what I mean? It's like, shoot, sometimes there is doubt, and it's real. And again, you can the guaranteed safe bet is to go home or to not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens.
Right. And I understand, again, he was trying to point this towards younger players, but I think it was inspiring for like a lot of people of all ages. Like you see this sometimes in Hollywood, where I think like Jennifer Coolidge is a great example of somebody who got her peak popularity later in life. So it's just, you see those windows open for other people, and it's inspiring, you know, for those of us who feel like, you know, you're already a little bit too past your prime. I'm not saying Phillip Rivers is going to win the MVP or anything, but it is nice to see somebody who puts his money where his mouth is, because when he's coaching and he's telling his players not to be afraid, hey, take a risk, put it all out there. Why not try? You only get one life. This was him living that. And this is how you lead by example.
I agree. And it was inspiring to hear. A couple weeks ago, I told you, you know, I was out and about, went to that weird party we ended up at. But before that, I was here in DC, and I promise you're going to be like, where is he going with this? But I was at the bar, shockingly, getting a drink. And there was this couple next to me, and we struck up a conversation about each of our jobs. And they were so much fun, and they were so nice. And we were talking about what we did for livings. And so I mentioned that, hey, this show is coming to an end, which it ends on Friday. If you haven't heard yet, that's going to wrap up this week. And I was talking about journalism and where we are, and I said, well, this is a young person's game. I don't know if I really have a future in it. And this guy was like, I disagree with you. I disagree. And he wasn't saying it in a weird way. He wasn't trying to be combative. He's like, as you get older, you have things to offer. And maybe there's a particular platform that isn't right for you, but it's not over for you. There's a lot of things that can come with experience and wisdom and having know-how and being able to be a mentor. And that goes for not just your craft, but it goes for a lot of different jobs. And he kind of went on this spiel, and it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't mean-spirited. It wasn't combative again. It was, I think there is real value in saying, I can still do this at this age, no matter what that is. And Phillip Rivers was a perfect example of that. And that's especially true in football. Like more than, because look, you can't play football into your 50s. You can if you want to die, and maybe you have a death wish and that's how you want to go. Maybe that's it. But I love the mentality of, hey, if you really want to do something, even later in your career, you can still find a way, and you kind of have to have that belief in yourself. And so I think Phillip Rivers really embodied that over the weekend, and to hear him speak about it in that way, I thought was really inspiring.
Well, I think especially at the quarterback position, where like crafty veterans, this is not the first time we've kind of seen this story. Like, remember a few years ago when Joe Flacco won Comeback Player of the Year, which I think his comeback was like from being old, like or changing teams. But I do think when so much of the position is in between the ears and reading defenses and knowing, the cadences of like being able to read what's going on the field, that sometimes you can have a leg up on the competition for knowing that. We see this randomly sometimes, with quarterbacks who, I feel like Aaron Rodgers is a perfect example. Like, he is one of the best in the game at taking advantage of those like free plays. Like, I always think of Aaron Rodgers when it comes to that. So Phillip Rivers definitely has an advantage in that category. Like, nobody's going to look at him and say, okay, he's going to scramble for 15 yards here. And nobody's going to say he's going to go toe-to-toe with probably the best quarterbacks in the league. But I do think when people were questioning, and when I say people, I mean myself, and saying there has to be a younger quarterback out there, right? Somebody who maybe hasn't had a chance that you can throw in there and at least he will be able-bodied. Let's not forget what Anthony Richardson did. Somebody, you talk about like the mentality of Phillip Rivers, it feels like the exact opposite, where Anthony Richardson, who is a physical specimen, took himself out of a game because he was tired. Like, what are we doing here? So there are ways in which these veterans have a leg up over the competition when it comes to some of these younger quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, you're tired, Anthony?
I've been tired.
Bro. Go have 10 children, all right? Father those children, be a coach, sit out of the game for 5 years, and come play an entire game and tell me that you're tired. You do that.
Right?
Yeah. Like, come on. Come on.
Jenks, this is how I feel when I see people who are like 22 with no kids and no responsibilities give out fitness advice. They're like, it just takes being motivated. And we all have the same 24 hours in a day. I'm like, no, we don't. Like, have kids and then come talk to me. Have a real job, because half these people don't even work. They just post videos. I'm like, it's not motivation if you have all day to do it. And you're 22 years old. So I know it's not a Whine About It Wednesday, but you got some whining for free here on the Daily Tip. All right, we got to get to break. We'll have more after the break, and we'll start with what we learned from the Vikings win over the Cowboys last night in Sunday Night Football. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Your coffee and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Monday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning, start of the week. Thanks for being with us. Coming up, we will tell you what we saw in Week 15 in the National Football League with, unfortunately, some devastating injuries to discuss as well. We will also recap last night in Big D with Jerry and the Cowboys welcoming the Minnesota Vikings. Then in 20 minutes, time to pivot forward to Monday Night Football and tonight's matchup between the Dolphins and the Steelers in a chilly Pittsburgh. And finally, best bets and the Dogster coming your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Welcome to our audience on Stadium and on X as we stream our final hour in our final week. Chelsea, good morning. What's going on? We've been talking for 2 hours, but if you're just tuning in, I just wanted to put that out there. How's your morning going so far? How's the show going? Everything okay?
Yeah. What am I going to say? Show's going terrible. My co-host sucks.
That's a tough one.
The best
tough
teammates in the world.
Yeah.
And Jenks, I was going to say, we have a new addition to our household when it comes to soft
what do you
drinks.
got?
I'm always looking for new diet sodas that aren't like Coke or like dark. So we have 7-Up, Zero Sugar, Shirley Temple. So as a man's man, I don't think that you've probably ever had a Shirley Temple. But I'll ask you anyway. Jenks, you've never had a Shirley Temple? Pretty good.
I have not, but let me say this. I will never, ever, you'll never, ever hear me knock anyone for what they want to drink. I don't care if it's super boozy. I don't care if it's flamboyant. I don't care if it's hardcore. I don't care if you take a nozzle out of the pump at the gasoline station and you're like, I gotta have some unleaded. I just needed some diesel this morning. I had to have it. Tough morning for me. I am definitely of the opinion you like what you like, and if you like what you like, then you go for it. So if you like a Shirley Temple, drink your Shirley Temple.
See, this is where we're different. See, I'm a female, but I have very such expectations. I'll give you an example. So this was like probably 15 years ago, and I'm out with a coworker who, it was just a male friend, and like he was trying to hit on the waitress at Tilted Kilt, which is very similar to Hooters, and except for they were like little kilts. So he orders a mudslide. I'm like, Brad, what are you doing? You can't hit on the waitress and order a mudslide. Like, that is a drink for children or people who are like, 21 and drinking alcohol for the first time. Do not order a mudslide and attempt to hit on a woman.
Yeah, that's true. If you're trying to cultivate a relationship, you got to ease into that. Like, you got to, like, the lovely Catherine and I, when we go out, one thing we love Cosmos, right? But we like a Cosmo, not with the lime. We like it with cherries instead. And so we'll drink those on a regular basis, just depending on the mood, the night it is, whatever it is. But on our first date, would I have ordered a Cosmo? Probably not. What did we drink that night? I think we were drinking whiskey and whatever it was. And we had an awesome time. But yeah, I think that people would judge you pretty quickly if you're like, I just got to have a mudslide. Even I'd be like, man, that's a tough first drink. If you're trying to get a date here. I mean, I don't care. I'm saying she might. So yeah, I get that. She might.
Especially before dinner. Like a mudslide's like a dessert. So I told him that.
It is.
And so I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I'm like, it doesn't matter what you drink. It absolutely does if you're a man and you're trying to impress a female.
Yeah. Well, the Chargers got a treat yesterday, Chelsea, beating the Chiefs 16-13. As we get into Week 15 in the NFL, the Chargers were getting 4.5. They're plus 160 on the money line. Total set at 45 and a hook. The under hits. Chiefs eliminated from the playoffs for the first time since 2014. They will not win the AFC West for the first time since 2015. But more importantly, they lose Patrick Mahomes in this game.
Watching it again, hit by hand.
Watch as he goes to the ground. It looks like that.
Oh.
The left knee.
Yep. You saw it.
You saw it almost like it popped, it almost hyperextends, like it straightens out as it hits into the ground.
That's CBS with the highlight there. And yeah, it didn't look like much. It certainly wasn't a dirty play or anything like that. Mahomes just landed awkwardly on that knee. You saw it buckle a little bit. So he posted this on X. Don't know why this had to happen. Not going to lie, it hurts, but all we can do now is trust in God and attack every single day over and over again. So this was a loss on so many levels where Mahomes, clearly out for the season, has a long rehab ahead of him. And it's going to be strange not seeing the playoffs or seeing the playoffs without the Chiefs.
Right. And first of all, let me quantify this by saying that obviously this is a devastating injury and nobody wants to see one of the best players in the league go down. But I will say this. I feel like this is what it took for people to start realizing, hey, maybe it's not the Chiefs' year. Because think about it, Jenks. Even if the Chiefs lost this game against the Chargers, which they were kind of in line to do because Patrick Mahomes did not get injured until late in this game, honestly, I would be not shocked if the books kept putting the Chiefs as favorites in these games. Like, honestly, It's December 15th. And they were still favored in this game this weekend, despite being favorites in 5 straight games and losing outright in 4 of those. So I think this is probably what it took. Because if Patrick Mahomes didn't get hurt, I think a lot of people would still say, hey, there might be a pathway for the Chiefs to get in the playoffs. Do you think this is what it took for people to stop believing in the Chiefs?
I think it's an interesting point, and I sort of think you're right. I mean, they had to win this game. Right. So they were not going to make the playoffs if Patrick Mahomes stayed healthy and they lost this game. They would have been eliminated regardless. But I think this has sort of been a theme throughout this show, right? How do you get it through your head that something different is happening when you're so accustomed to something being a certain way? And we were relating the story about Indiana football and how they've been bad for a decade, and it's hard to get through your head. No. Indiana's really good. We're not talking about basketball. We're talking about football here. It's the same thing with the Chiefs. So imagine this, where they are eliminated from the playoffs for the first time since 2014, not winning the division for the first time in a decade. Do you know how rare that is? How hard that is to do? Look at the NFC East. This is finally going to change, I believe, this year. But the Eagles are probably going to win the East. It will be the first time they have had a repeat champion in, 2+ decades? And yet the Chiefs in the AFC, for a decade straight, have won the division. So yes, even though the Chiefs are eliminated no matter what happens to Patrick Mahomes, and now he's out for the season, I think it was one of those, this really helps it sink in. Like, no. It wasn't their season. They're not going anywhere. And just to reinforce that point, Patrick Mahomes is done for the year. And sometimes, we never want to see anyone injured at all, but sometimes it takes something this devastating for it to sink in. Like, no, you're not going to see them in the playoffs. And I'm not going to say it's a new era, but it's certainly something we're not used to.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of us are in a mental pretzel over the Chiefs, or were in a mental pretzel over the Chiefs, just because from what we've seen over the past couple of seasons, where they didn't even look like a dominant football team last year, but still made it to the Super Bowl. So I think that was the tough part to reconcile this year, is when you see the product on the field, you're like, okay, they look like a bad team. But we saw that last year. And again, they went to the Super Bowl. So I think it was one of those things where people see these brand name quarterbacks. And again, Patrick Mahomes, one of one, face of the league. And so it's hard to discount those type of teams. But it's been a tough realization for a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of like brand names this year where it hasn't been the year for, Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. And, to a lesser extent, like I'm not going to say it's not Josh Allen's year because he's continuing to put up good numbers, but like the Bills have had some tough losses this year as well. So maybe the Ravens can get back on track. Maybe the Bills finally win the Super Bowl now that Patrick Mahomes is officially out of the equation. But I'll say this, Joe Burrow looked terrible on Sunday too. So it's one of those things where you have like this ultimate trust in these quarterbacks because of what they've done in the past. But you've got to remember, unlike college football, there's a lot of parity in the NFL. And that's why these dynasties are so hard to maintain. And so from a betting standpoint, you really have to take the name off the front of the jersey and be like, okay, am I betting, on this team and what we've seen on the field, or am I betting on their legacy?
Can I just say, before we move on to Sunday Night Football, another blockbuster quote from Jim Harbaugh after the game. After the Chargers are 5-0 in the division, and they meet the Broncos on Christmas night. How about that game coming up? Jim Harbaugh after the game. Starting to think this is my favorite team I've ever been on. I've been on a lot of teams. None better than this one. Real ball team. None better than this one. Like, this is a national title at Michigan. He's been to a Super Bowl, and he's like, you know what I'm starting to think? This is my favorite team ever. Like, every week, it's just another amazing quote from him.
Yeah, it feels like the judge on, like, Dancing with the Stars that gives everybody a 10. Because here's the thing. Like, what's he going to say if they win the Super Bowl? Like, he's already said that, like, a win over whoever they beat last week was better than, like, the birth of his children. Like, you have no other level to go to. You got to slow down.
Yes. Slow down. He can't slow down. He doesn't have it in him. He just doesn't. He just doesn't. That's old Jimmy Harbaugh right there. Sunday Night Football. Last night in Big D, the Vikings topped the Cowboys 34-26. The Vikings getting 6. They're plus 225 on the money line, and the overhits total was set at 48. J.J. McCarthy looked great against Washington last week. Well, okay, no surprise there. But he looked good last night in Dallas.
To the end zone. Touchdown, Jalen Naylor.
That is Mike Tirico on NBC. Naylor, 3 receptions, 47 yards, 2 scores. McCarthy, 15 of 24, 250 yards. Those 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. Rushes for a touchdown as well. He did the gritty while going into the end zone on his run. Kevin O'Connell was not pleased with that. But McCarthy now 4-4 as starting quarterback in Minnesota. And then on the flip side, I think this is probably the more telling story is that the Cowboys were kind of hanging around the playoff picture in the East with the Eagles struggling. But now it's not over yet. But the Eagles have to lose their final 3 games and the Cowboys have to win their final 3 games for Dallas to make the playoffs. So this feels like an end to their chances. I mean, they're going to need a minor miracle here. And the Cowboys, I don't want to say they blew it, but they lost any momentum that they might have had here over the past few weeks.
Right, for a team that had a stretch where they beat both teams who were in the Super Bowl last year, where they beat the Eagles and they beat the Chiefs, you said to yourself, okay, this is a team that has some potential to possibly be a contender in the NFC simply because of their offense, and the defense was coming along nicely as well. But now the magic number is 1 for the Eagles, so all the Eagles have to do is win a game, or the Cowboys have to lose a game, and then the NFC East is clinched. So you talk about the wild card. The Cowboys right now are sitting in the 10 spot. So they're on the bubble, and they still have 2 teams in front of them, the Lions and the Panthers. Lions at 8-6, Panthers at 7-7, Cowboys at 6-7-1. So here's the thing. It would be one thing if the Cowboys were trending in the right direction. You're like, okay, you know, they're a couple games back of some of these teams, but they look like they're improving. But the problem is the Cowboys don't look like they're improving. Like, they had big mental gaps in this game. George Pickens looked like, he was on the side of a milk carton for parts of this game. So that's where the questions start to come for the Cowboys, is that if they've already given up on this season, and if this is a team you can trust down the stretch, because right now feels like you can't.
Yeah, and I think it's over for them. Interesting moves. They do have a lot of draft picks coming up after moving Micah Parsons, and I think they did a good job of solidifying that defense, but Cowboys aren't really going anywhere. And I want to see if Kevin O'Connell is going to hold J.J. McCarthy to any sort of standard because J.J. McCarthy was doing the gritty in practice this week. He was doing that dance that we saw in practice, and Kevin O'Connell told him, do not do this during the game. Do not. Told him that before the game. What does J.J. McCarthy do? He does the gritty as he's running into the end zone. And then they asked him about it afterwards. He's like, yeah, I know he told me I shouldn't do it, but then I was like, that makes me really want to do it. I mean, that's how a child thinks. Like, you're an NFL quarterback. Like, well, now I'm really going to do it. He said he would, said would probably get a minus grade in film study after the game. Yeah. He should be hanging out with Diego Pavia. You're awesome. No, you're awesome, bro. You're awesome. Coming up on the show, we'll talk Monday Night Football. Steelers, Dolphins, next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network with a little harmonica. Oh, yeah. Thanks for waking up with us. Coming up on the show. Oh. Okay. All right, so here's not a dilemma, but I want you to tell me where you stand. So I've mentioned this before, and you'll probably figure this out, but I'm going to be very vague about it. So a friend of mine and I have been talking about getting together, hanging out, right? And one of the interactions a few months ago was, okay, when we get together, the content is going to be unbelievable. And I'm like, okay, I guess, but I'm not really trying to get together with anyone just for content. You know, that's not my main motivation for any of that. And so, you know, like if I'm out with someone and we take a picture together, sure. Like I like posting pictures of my friends or the lovely Catherine, whatever, but it's never my motivation, right? Like I feel like if your motivation is to create content with someone, are you really friends or are you just trying to use each other's impact, engagement, whatever? So then a few weeks after that, we'd been talking about meeting at a particular place. And so I don't have on my phone, at least for me, I generally have most of my notifications off. Email, yes. Text, yes. But I keep most of my notifications off to keep me off my phone as much as I can, which even then is not a great tool. But so I find out that this person is at this place that we've been talking about, didn't text me, didn't direct message me, posted about it on Instagram and just tagged me like, hey, where are you? And I'm like, wouldn't it be more effective if you really wanted to hang out with someone to actually send them a direct message instead of letting them know? Like, let's say, for example, I came to Nashville and I didn't tell you. And I went to a place not far from where you live, maybe around the corner. And I posted a picture. I'm like, Chelsea, where are you? You'd be like,
you didn't tell me.
I had no idea you were here. Yeah, you didn't tell me. Right. Like, how, if we were supposed to meet, you didn't tell me. So I'm like, okay, that seems a little odd. And then over the weekend, I am with the lovely Catherine, as I mentioned earlier. We're out in the sticks. We're in Middleburg. And this was kind of a romantic weekend because it's a site visit for where we're going to get married, right? We had a cake tasting, we spent some time out there. It was nice. And so I posted a picture of us together. And I get a response from the same person. I'm like, oh, this must be something like, hey, great picture. Excited for you guys. Or looking forward to hanging, anything. And the message was, hey, if you're out there, I'm going to be on this particular platform at this time. You should turn it on. And I'm like, okay. And so there was like a laughing emoji. I'm like, yeah, you're laughing, but you're really not laughing. You really want me to do this or post about it or something. So I've kind of gotten to the point now where I'm like, I don't know if you really want to be my friend so much as you just want me to help you generate content. And so I don't feel great about it.
I think this is where I have trouble because I do think there is a generational divide where I'm still in the generation where I value like in-person friendship like way more than that stuff. And it almost feels disingenuous when somebody like wants to take pictures with you and tag you in photos and do all these things before you're even good friends. So, but the younger generation, like social media is so ingrained in their brain and it's so important to them that maybe it just doesn't mean that much to them. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Is that like, I think they think of it differently. And I've had these experiences too, Jenks, where to me, if you engage with somebody's content all the time and you're constantly talking on social media, I say to myself, if we're in the same city, hey, let's meet up. I did this one time to like this girl who was always engaging with my stuff. And this is back when Jake was playing Major League Baseball. So like, I was like, all right, what do you really want here? And then she never wanted to meet up with me. Like she always made excuses. I'm like, okay, so you can blow me up and like hype me up on social media and like want to do stuff with me, but you don't want to see me in person? Like it was weird. Right. But she was also younger. So I don't know if it's something different with the youngs as opposed to the olds. But Jenks, I do have a segue for you. So the last time the Steelers lost a Monday Night Football game was in 1991. So maybe that's also the cutoff for people who treat social media this way. Because think about it. People born in 1991 or, later, maybe that's the cutoff. Because I was born in 88 and I feel like I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, you make a good point. And I will be the first to tell you that there is a generational divide, and I am the first to say I don't always get it, and that's on me. I get that. But at the same time, I'm like, especially if you don't have that established friendship, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. Just come on over and let's just play bingo for a little while. See how that goes. Oh, well, we do have a game to preview tonight, Chelsea. We got Monday night. That's something we can all agree on. The youngs, the olds. We all love our NFL football. Tonight we get, shaking hands emoji. Look at that. Dolphins and Steelers. Steelers laying 3. Steelers minus 175. Dolphins plus 140. Total is 42.5. That is inched up a point from 41.5 over the weekend. So I've given you my long drivel about how old I am and about me trying to connect with the young. So the platform, the stage is yours. What is your initial lean when you look at this game?
All right, so we have a lot of trends that go in the Steelers' favor. So I just mentioned that the Steelers have not lost a home Monday Night Football game since 1991. So it should be noted going into this game, Mike Tomlin, as a head coach of the Steelers, has never lost a Monday Night Football game at home. So you take that into consideration. Then you look at the Dolphins and you look at the temperature tonight. Temperatures in the teens for Pittsburgh. And you're like, I feel like the Dolphins are not normally a team that plays well in cold weather. That inkling would be correct. Tua Tagovailoa is 0-6 in games under 40 degrees with a touchdown to interception ratio of 1 touchdown to 12 picks. That's not great for those of you who are casual fans of the NFL. So you see those two trends, you're like, wow, why would I go against the Steelers? But then you look at the line movement in this game, and it was 3.5 earlier in the week. Now it's gone down to 3. So you're like, okay, so are people betting on the Dolphins? No, the majority of the bets are on the Steelers. 77% of the money line bets are on Pittsburgh, along with 69% of the spread bets. Nice. So you say to yourself, what's going on there?
Nice.
It's what we call reverse line movement. And usually it should be a red flag to you that sharp action is on the side where the line is coming down. So it looks like the sharp action would be on the Dolphins. So there is conflicting factors there. And here's the other thing. Okay, so Tua is not good in these type of games. But the thing about the Dolphins is they have been relying super heavily on Devon Achane to run the football. Here are his rushing totals over his last 4 games. 92, 134, 120, and 174. So I'll say this. In all 4 of those games, the Dolphins won, and Devon Achane was really effective. And you look at the matchup tonight, the Steelers have not been great at stopping the run. So there is a pathway in which the Dolphins can at least keep this game close. So, Jenks, with all the factors now in front of you, do you feel like you can make a decision?
Not really. I think the Dolphins are the right side here. Also, I'm coming off a bad NFL weekend. I gotta pull myself out of this rut. Like, my picks were straight up trash. They weren't good, but it's a new week. I like this better at 3.5, and I understand. I absolutely understand that the Dolphins are terrible in cold weather. The numbers bear that out. Absolutely. They've lost 13 straight when it's 40 degrees or lower. Yeek. But they don't have to win this game. You can take them plus the points. And I feel like if we're talking about things being aligned, then I feel like this is going to be a lower scoring game. I mean, a lot of field goals. It's going to be really close. This could be a 1-2 point game. Again, I liked it much better at plus 3.5, but the money is coming in on the Dolphins. And here's the thing. They're 5-1 in their last 6. They're 4-2 against the number during that time. And isn't it crazy that Mike McDaniel has quietly done a really good job after we thought he was going to lose his job. I thought he was going to get fired. There's no question about that. I thought he was going to get fired. I think it helped when the Dolphins brass came out and said, we are not firing Mike McDaniel this year. They came out and made a statement, and they ended that speculation. I'm sure they were listening to this show and said, Jinx and Chelsea are talking about it. We got to say something here. We have to say something here. And I remember that day I felt so stupid because I was like, I think he's going to be the first coach to get fired. And then like 2 hours later, Dolphins say McDaniel not going anywhere. I was like, good call, Jenkins. But regardless, I think that has helped with confidence, whatever it is. Maybe he's just turned this team around, but the Dolphins are playing better. And I feel like the Steelers are getting a touch too much credit for that win over the Ravens. They have been the more inconsistent team here. And TJ Watt is not playing tonight. What is the stat you gave? The Steelers are 1-10 without TJ Watt in the lineup. Something like that you said earlier. He's out. So I feel like as much as you sort of have to hold your nose and go with it, that the Dolphins are the right side.
Yeah, as I'm thinking out loud in real time, like I attributed that line move to maybe some sharp action. It could have something to do with TJ Watt because usually defensive players do not have the capability to move a line. But when we've seen the stark contrast of the Steelers team without TJ Watt on the defensive side of things, they have been so much worse. Like you said, that is the stat. The Steelers are 1-10 in games in which TJ Watt does not play in. So maybe that half point line move has something to do with that. I don't know, but it just goes to show that I feel like I don't really have confidence in either of these teams. So, Jinx, instead of a side, maybe let's play a prop in this game. And you brought up a really good one, the one on Tua and his passing prop. Honestly, I'm surprised that they set it this high. You said you got it at like 195. It's 192.5 over at BetMGM.
Yeah.
Feels like the under
Still like
play
it
there.
I totally agree. I liked it at 195 and a hook, and I played that yesterday. I want to play it today, but I can't. It's not out there anymore. But it went down from 195 and a hook to 191 and a hook, and now back up a yard. But I don't think it matters. I mean, when you look at how he's performed this season and the fact that it's going to be freezing cold, then I think that leans you into that side or into that market and would say, okay, Tua's not going to get there. He averages less than 190 yards per game. And also, how are the Dolphins going to win this game? On the ground, Devon Achane. And also the Steelers' defense has not been good against opposing rushing offenses. Look at what they've done or what they've given up over the past 2 weeks. They have given up, I got to make sure I get this right. They have given up, 249 yards to the Bills on the ground, 217 yards rushing to the Ravens on the ground. So you can run on the Steelers, and that's what the Dolphins are going to try and do. And because of that, I think they'll take the ball out of Tua's hands, put it in the hands of Devon Achane, and let him go.
Yeah, and plus, like, both of these are correlating. So it's nice when those two things can coexist. So I think those are the two hypotheses that we have for this game, is that we think the Dolphins are going to rely more heavily on Devon Achane. And I'm sure Mike McDaniel's seen the numbers on Tua playing in cold weather. Why would you rest the hopes of your team on a quarterback who is not good in these conditions? And we've seen it over the last few games. The Dolphins have been winning games at the hands of giving it to Devon Achane. Like I said, he's had some big games, and lo and behold, the Dolphins have won 4 straight. So I don't see that trend, disappearing in this one, especially with the matchup advantage. So those are the two plays I really like for tonight. Devon Achane over 83.5 rush yards. That number's gone up. It was 79.5 last night. So I wish I would have gotten that number. Instead, we're stuck with 83.5. And also the one that you mentioned, the passing yards under for Tua Tagovailoa. Jenks, we didn't talk too much about a total in this one. I do think it's going to be lower scoring, but 42.5 is already pretty low. Do you like a total here?
I like the under. The weather's going to be massive. I'm looking at the Daily Tip Doppler 9000 as we speak. High of 23, low of 15. Wind chill expected to be around 11 degrees. 20% chance of snow flurries. Also, if you're looking at trends are your friend here. Under a set in 5 of the Dolphins' last 6 games. 4 of the last 6 games for the Steelers, the under is hit. And you've got that weather. This has all the makings, I feel like, of a 16-14 grind. So I don't know if I'm going to play it, but that's where I would lean. What are we going to play officially? Well, coming up in 5 minutes, we'll tell you our official plays and talk with the Dogster. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
One time. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to be with you. We're not going to harp on it, but just heard from our good friend Mike in Baltimore, who has been one of our loyal listeners since week one of this show, really. So our show is coming to an end at the end of this week, unfortunately, but we'll talk about that as the week goes on. And we've touched on it a little bit, but just to let our viewers out there know so they're not stunned by the news when all of a sudden they turn on the radio and like, well, not going anywhere. So unfortunately, that is coming to an end, along with a few of the shows here on the BetMGM Network. One thing that is also coming to an end is any hope of seeing TJ Watt tonight. I say this because we talked about this in our previous segment, Chelsea. But remember last week when I was discussing how, man, these football players are so tough, and TJ Watt was having an issue with his lung, like his lung hurt? We know now why his lung hurt. He had dry needling done at the Steelers practice facility. And if you're not familiar with what dry needling is, I've had it done. It can be really painful. And it's essentially used to relieve pain and to loosen muscles, right? So you stick a needle into the skin and you try and activate these different trigger points, whatever it may be, and it helps reduce pain. So TJ Watt was having this done by someone at the Steelers practice facility, and this needle that was being used punctured his lung partially. So this didn't happen during a game. It happened while he was receiving treatment, and because of that, he had to go to the hospital, get some treatment at the local hospital, and that's why he's out tonight, because of something that happened on site with one of the Steelers training staff.
Doesn't this feel reminiscent of when this happened to Rod Taylor? Like, remember the Chargers did this to him? So I don't know all the details, and maybe it's very different because I am not a medical professional and I don't know, the ins and outs of, whatever this process is called. But it just goes to show the lengths that these NFL players will go to try to get rid of some of this pain. And I'm wondering, like, 100 years from now, if somebody's going to look back on this, like we look back on, like, medieval pain treatments. And you're like, I can't believe these people were that stupid. Where you're like, you use slugs or you use leeches? What are you doing? So hopefully we will be more advanced in medicine, in 100 years or something. But until then, it's crazy the amount of pain these players go through. And like, I just feel bad because I know the people who like marijuana are like, just give us some weed, man. We're hurting. And this is another example of that. Like, look, he's willing to get punctured by needles to try to get rid of some of this pain. Just let him smoke something.
Let the man just take a toke or two, guys. All right? He had his lung punctured. The man can't smoke a fatty for a couple minutes.
Well, maybe not smoke. He can have a brownie.
Oh, yes. Yes. And also, he's starving. He's been in the hospital. Can we just kill two birds with one stone and give this guy a weed brownie, please? The team's 1-10 without him. Let's get him out there. Give the guy a weed brownie.
It's our medical advice.
Yes, that's our professional medical advice. I typed this into ChatGPT and it said everything's fine. I had dry needling done a few months ago. It's one of the most painful things I've experienced. Yes, I did. So you were giving me a hard time about this because a lot of times I'll sit like, cross-legged on my couch like a child. And I noticed when I would sit that the inside of like my thigh, like my right side, my right leg wouldn't go all the way down without catching almost. And there was pain there. And so I still have, I can just stretch it like almost every couple days. Getting old is the worst. But I went in, I was like, I need to loosen this up, and I don't know how to do it. So I went into a physical therapy place here in DC, and they said, what would help you is dry needling. And I was like, okay, well, I've heard of that. What does that involve? And they take these very long, very thin needles, and they place them in strategic points in your body, and they go deep, and they hit these trigger points. They sort of help you stretch out particular areas that are tight. They relieve pain. But I will also say that while this technician or while this therapist is moving around the needle, trying to find the exact spot where he needs to hit this muscle, I was like, ugh. I mean, I wasn't screaming. I was like, this is painful as hell. Like, I hope this works. So I can't imagine what TJ Watt was going through, where he's looking to have some chest pain alleviated, and they puncture his. I'm not laughing. I just, like, it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. So yes, dry needling is not great.
Yeah, I say all this and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But like, women do this on a regular basis. Have you heard of microneedling? Like, I'm sure Catherine probably knows all about it. And it's like the lengths that women will go to look, I don't know, not even noticeably better. Because like they show the before and after pictures. And you're like, wow, I can't tell a difference. And it only took you 6 treatments of 1,000 needles going into your face. Congratulations. So we all have our vices, and so we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll improve when it comes to that regard over the next decade or so.
Well, let's improve on our bets from last week. We had a good week, good solid week, but let's make it even better and tell you who we like tonight.
Time to place your bets.
We start with Chelsea Messenger, 4-3 pacing us last week. Where are you going tonight?
All right, so I did find the best number available for this one, so make sure you shop around because I'm going to go Devon Achane of the Miami Dolphins over 79.5 rush yards. That number is still available. Please look for it because it's up to 83.5 at some shops. All right, so let's start with what Devon Achane has been bringing to this Dolphins offense as of late. You look at his game logs, 92, 134, 120, and 174 rush yards in his last 4 games. So here's the thing. Tonight, the weather's going to be real cold. And we know one thing. Tua does not play well in the cold. In fact, he is 0-6 in games played under 40 degrees with 1 touchdown and 12 interceptions. Yes, you heard that right. 1 touchdown to 12 interceptions. So if I'm Mike McDaniel, I'm saying, hey, our hopes and dreams are not going to be resting on the shoulders of Tua in cold weather. We're going to rely heavily on Devon Achane to run the football. And why would you not, especially against the Steelers defense that's been especially susceptible to the run? They've had running backs in 4 of their last 5 games go over this number. Derrick Henry of the Ravens had 94. Keaton Mitchell, their secondary running back, had 76 in that game against the Steelers. James Cook, $144. Chase Brown of the Bengals had 99 rush yards. And Kamani Vidal of the Chargers had 95 rush yards. So it feels like a gettable number, especially in a cold weather game for Devon Achane. So let's put our trust and our faith in him to go over his rushing prop of 79.5.
Okay, I will also have a bet on football tonight, and I'm going to go Tua Tagovailoa under 192.5 passing yards. Yes, it is low, but also Tua only averages just a little over 185 yards passing per game, and the Dolphins want to run the ball. They need to run the ball. That's why they're 5-1 in their last 6 games. That's why they're 4-2 against the number in those 6 games, because they've shifted the focus of their offense to the ground. Also, look at the weather in this game. I mean, the high is going to be 23, wind chill of around 12, 20% chance of snow flurries. Going to make it difficult to throw the ball anyway. And you can run on the Steelers, which means handoffs for Achane and less passes for Tua, who, again, doesn't average that much anyway through the air. So let's go under 192.5 passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, this is going to be a squad play. Like, in no world am I imagining a world where Tua just absolutely lights it up in these cold weather games. So I don't think that it's going to be a big game through the air. And here's the thing about passing yards. Like, they're sneaky when it comes to the unders. Like, a lot of people do this in same game parlays where they're like, oh, Josh Allen has to go over this number, right? wrong. Like a lot of it has to do with game script and how much time and how many, yards obviously you get in those 2-minute drill type situations. So I'm going to be on the under 192.5 for Tua as well.
All right, one more play for you. Jets on the money line tonight, minus 135 hosting the Sens. Connor Hellebuck back between the pipes for Winnipeg. That is massive. I faded Winnipeg last week because of this. Now I'm back on them. He returned over the weekend. He was great. 1 goal allowed against the Caps, and the Jets offense seems to be coming alive as well. At least 5 goals in 3 of their last 4. Jets are 6-1 in their last 7 against Ottawa. Sens could be worn out. Final game of their 3-game road trip. So Jets on the money line is to play, minus 135. Okay, Dogster, come on in here, buddy. We got to hear your play. Oh.
It's so cold right now, but I want to acknowledge the newest member of the Theismann Trophy.
I didn't know you've been following Indiana football.
That means nothing to me. What I do know is there's a lot of competition every season, and I'm glad she came out on top.
She? Wait, who are you talking about?
The Theismann Trophy. Congratulations to Sydney Sweeney. She's the 2025 winner because she's got thighs, man.
All right. Well, maybe it's a good thing this show's coming to an end. Give us a pick.
Terry Bradshaw and the Steelers. -3 hosting Dan Marino and the Dolphins.
Super timely. Great reference.
Very good. Yeah, great references. He was like, who the hell are you talking about? Also, where are you, Dogster? Look at the snow behind you.
I'm at the chalet in Aspen.
Oh, must be nice.
High life.
He looks
Must
like
be
he's in
nice.
a December to Remember commercial for Lexus. It's getting a new Lexus.
Wow. Lexus stock has gone straight down since Christmas. I wonder why. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network with Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck in your bets and have a great Monday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Last Monday's show on the network, Joe O, Sammy P. will break down everything that you guys saw on Sunday. We'll react to it as well. We've got Monday Night Football. I think I've landed somewhere on this game. We'll get to that coming up in 20 minutes. Miami going up against Pittsburgh. Case of the Mondays. Sure, I think we'll find something to discuss. Jason Lockwood-Fora will hang out. Monday morning market moves, both college football and the NFL. Monday moons. We'll check out the room, and we'll wrap with our lightning bet. So a lot happening, but elephant in the room. Sammy, let's. I guess you got to address it again. It is our last Monday show with a couple months left in the football season. A lot to react to, but it is kind of strange. Like a lot of these Monday segments, I don't know that we'll be doing them next Monday. We'll get that figured out.
Well, I will not be doing them next Monday. If you want to hang out on Zoom and do them by yourself, I'm taking next Monday off. You won't be able to find me next Monday. Now, next Tuesday, maybe a different story.
Yeah. I mean, you could still do Case of the Mondays and just record it on a Sunday or something like that. There are a lot of different ways to go about it. But yeah, obviously, we'll talk more about that throughout the week. That is looming, but we've got stuff to react to. All right, let's go Buffalo, New England. Why not? I know there were some big storylines, big picture-wise. Maybe many shows are going to dress off the top, but Buffalo, New England, how can we not? They're down 21-0, and Sam's like, oh no, I went all in on the Bills again. I went harder this past week than any other week. And I'm thinking, look, it's plus 13.5. Boy, we're getting more than a touchdown with the Bills. On those live numbers, they finished off the comeback. People were on the attack during the game. Yeah, people should know better when you're going against Josh Allen. Like, your case on this Buffalo team was front and center yesterday. This is why they are so tough to take down, is because they've got that guy leading the way.
Lots of deleted tweets yesterday from the cowards that come at me on Twitter, which is not any surprise. I got guys, popping off multiple tweets and then delete. Well,
really,
that's how it be sometimes. Oh man, the DMs, when it's 21-0, people are acting like the game is over. Against a lesser team, maybe. Against Kansas City, who sucks. They suck. We'll talk about that in a second. And they sucked long before their quarterback got hurt. So stop with all that. The Bills are a resilient team. They are going to be very tough to kill, but they're also going to give up a bunch of yards. Like, they are a street ball team right now, and their best player is better than your best player. So if they get some of those guys back on the D line, which they will, they're going to be a very, very tough team to beat because of what you saw last night. We talk about the first half and how good New England was, but then Buffalo made some adjustments defensively, and Buffalo offensively was not touched in the second half. They did whatever they wanted in the third and fourth quarter, and that's why they're my squad.
When they go down 21-0, I'm like, all right, how do I handle this game? Like, mentally, part of me, I was like, oh, these Bills bets, they're in trouble. Is there a way to get some of this back? Is there a way, live line? What should we do here? Overs. Let's start hitting these overs. Down 21-0. Allen's going to be firing, and you'll probably get some more on the New England side. And yeah, those hit in spades. 66 points in this game. This one closed at 49. So yeah, that result was good. You know what other result was good? Play of Henderson. I know he's on the losing side, but we wake up on Monday morning and we have a new favorite for your offensive rookie of the year. It is the guy that we said 50-1, take him, 50-1, go get him while you can. And he's had explosive play after explosive play. We saw it again yesterday. Massive performance. The Patriots rushed the ball for 246 yards. So, Sam, if we're going to walk away with a concern, what have we said all along? Boy, if I'm worried about something with Buffalo, it's that rushing defense. They were pretty good for a couple of weeks. But yesterday they give up 246 rushing yards. They give up 4 rushing touchdowns. So like the Henderson bet, that's good for everybody that went with us on that, all of our listeners that went with us on that. But big picture wise, that comes to the forefront as a concern again in this big win.
You have him 50, you said? Whew,
yes.
What a bet.
Yeah.
What a bet. Another graveyard bet that I did not make that was brought up on this show. Well, by the time you bet it at 40 or 50, it went to 40, and then people from Bet Sweats obviously tailed it. And then by the time I finally mustered up the courage to bet it, it was 30. And then didn't he have a huge game on Thursday night or something like that? He just
that's what we were
off.
talking about. We're like, you got to bet it before tonight's game because Stevenson was out and there was the chance where he could go off. I think he had 3 touchdowns in that game.
We did a video, by the way, for Fox last week where, they're really good into things that click, and they did a Shador or blank. And the first question was Dart. And I said Shador. And Shorts looks at me and goes, Dart's way better. And I'm like, yeah, if he's on the field. Like, did you watch the game yesterday? He has the ability to go out of bounds, and then he runs right into a linebacker, the crown of his helmet. And I'm like, what is wrong with him? Him and Scadaboo both they're like the kids from Rugrats that used to eat worms. You're just like, what are they doing? They're so dumb.
Yeah. When he was injured with the concussion, missed a couple games, all we hear is, yep. Get out of here with that. And what I'm referencing is, oh, well, we're going to coach him to go out of bounds. He's got to be more careful. We heard the same thing in college, and we were saying it at the time. Oh, yeah, sure, Kafka, you're going to fix that. Something that every coach he's ever had is try to coach him out of, right? And yeah, okay, he's suddenly going to change. He hasn't changed. He's the same guy. You're right. Availability. That's the most important thing in this league. And the problem with Dart is just that. And by the way, his team has now lost 8 games in a row. Woo! Washington ends their 8-game losing streak. Giants now on an 8-game losing streak. I don't think Kafka is going to be getting that job. We're going to hear a lot about the Giants going hard for a coach, maybe Marcus Freeman. That's already been out there. But the other massive story, if you're picking 2, Buffalo, New England, Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs go down. It is over. It's all over. Finally, they lose 16-13 to the Chargers beginning of the game. You're like, okay, maybe they're going to fight one last time. Nope, they are eliminated from the playoffs. And Patrick Mahomes goes down to a brutal injury. I keep seeing season ending. No, guys, it is worse than season ending. This is going to go into next season. If we even see that guy, I don't know what version of Patrick Mahomes you're going to see. So for everyone that was saying this is the end of the dynasty, you might be closer to being correct than you even believed when you spouted that one off.
Yeah, I was at the bar last night sitting next to some doctors. I use air quotes around doctors who were like, oh, he'll be back in 9 months. I'm like, okay, we'll see. You taking bets on that? Because I'd take over 9. And then it was, 9 to 12. I'm like, what? You just
well, that's next
9.
year. Now you just knocked them out for next year.
Well, but we went from 9 to 12 real quick after one easy counter that it's not going to be 9. Wow, 9 to 12. Brutal. You feel for anybody who gets hurt in any sport. That was awful. But it doesn't put a Band-Aid on the fact that this team has been spiraling for weeks. This was the 3rd straight must-win game for a team that just never quite put it together. And I think there's always something to be said about those teams that lose a Super Bowl. Things go wrong the next year. It just happens. It's happened to 9 of the last 10 Super Bowl losers. Most of them miss the playoffs. A lot of them just find ways to put, everything together the year they get to the Super Bowl, but then they can't. It's like when a puzzle gets mangled and ripped across and thrown all over the room, and then you got to put it back together. It's not easy. So, that total yesterday got destroyed, 44-41. Never had a chance to go over because Kansas City's offense has just been very inefficient. And a lot of the metrics were saying that Mahomes was playing at a high level. Okay, they're 6-8. You can have all your stats and shape them all you want. This is not a good football team. And it hasn't been in a month. It just hasn't.
To your point about the Super Bowl loser, you are right. Now, all trends are not going to fit every single time. But I remember covering the Bears in Miami 2006 season. They make the Super Bowl against the Colts. And in the aftermath of the loss of that game, in 2007, we're talking about Super Bowl losers and what typically happens. It's about to be 2026, man. So, and we're still talking about that exact same thing. So that is something that's been going on for decades upon decades. Very curious. What happens moving forward? What are they going to do for a quarterback? You've got to go into next year assuming you don't have Patrick Mahomes all summer in camp and ready to go in week number 1. That's just how you have to assume. And then you look elsewhere in the division. The team taking over, Denver, big win. Big win at home. Say what you want about Bo Nix. Say what you want about the Packers' injuries. I don't care. This starts for me with giving the Denver Broncos all the credit in the world. That team, they feel unbeatable at home. They have not lost this year. They're a perfect 7-0, and Bo Nix was phenomenal. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He throws TDs to 4 different guys, accurate all day, perfect 4 for 4 in the red zone. Yes, Parsons, a huge story. That is massive. Same thing with Watson and that injury. But first, this starts with giving credit to Denver. As they were home underdogs, they win once again, 12-2 on the season. They're the driver's seat for that 1 seed in the AFC.
If you would have said the Packers score 26, I would have probably said Green Bay wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
But Denver's able to get 34. That's a big number for that offense. And they win, obviously, outright as a dog. That number got blasted day of the game, too. This was 2.5 Thursday, Friday. And then we get to 1. Green Bay -1. So sharp money came in all day on Denver. Sharp money comes home, and the Broncos win their 12th game, 12-2. Unbelievable season for the Denver Broncos. I also want to talk quickly. Chicago was very good yesterday, 31-3. They manhandled the Browns, who stink.
Yeah.
I had enough. I had to send a snippet of one of the Bears group threads to Joe because I said, I can't do this. It was like a therapy session. I'm like, Joe, I'm not crazy, right? Yesterday, the Bears group thread, the one that I sent Joe to, decided that Caleb is finally legit, that Luther, Burden, Monungai, and Loveland will be all pros, and that the Bears are going to make a deep playoff run. And I just can't. I just can't get there. How do you watch them beat a team that can't move the ball? And those are your takeaways. It drives me insane. And then it's like, oh, well, you're a hater. Quit hating. No, you're a lunatic. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're riding the wave. How did they feel last Sunday when they lose to the Packers? How did they feel in the first half of last week? And that is immediately wiped out by what's in front of them right now. Take a step back and pay attention to the league. Look at where Cleveland is right now. Yes, they've got a very good defense. They've got the best pass rusher in the world, but that's all they have right now. They've got a head coach that they're about to fire in a few games. They've got Shedeur Sanders trying to figure it out. I do think he has some upside, and they're learning that. But, I mean, come on. The Bears had to come back and kill them because if they didn't, it was going to be they're looking ahead. Look, that Packers loss is still impacting them. That team has nothing. And the Bears did what they were supposed to do. So I want to give them credit, but sometimes you talk to people and they make you want to take that credit away from the Bears. I'm going to give it to the Bears. Swift, couple touchdowns. DJ Moore, nothing last week against Green Bay, 2 touchdowns. Great performance out of Moore. Bears, Packers next week. Can't wait to talk about it. I told you immediately after that loss to the Packers, I like the Bears when they play the Packers in 2 weeks at Soldier Field, and I'm still there. Can't wait to see the conditions. Oh, yeah, it's going to bring back a lot of memories for some older fans. Bears, Packers next week at Soldier Field. And right now, that is a coin flip for the NFC North. Whatever book you want to take a look at, few cents here, few cents there, it's basically a coin flip between Chicago and Green Bay. So the assumption is the winner of Sunday's game is going to end up taking that division. Before this first segment wraps, we've got to hit on Phillip Rivers. We spent so many air miles talking about him last week. What'd you think? Tale of two halves. Seattle doesn't get into the end zone, but they still win the game over the Colts.
It was fun watching him. I don't know. I just didn't really take it all that seriously. There were a couple times when he was just screaming at his offensive line, and I'm like, I love this guy so much. Like, he's so out of shape. That play was probably his fault, but he's like, brrr! He's like barking at the O-line. I thought it was very funny, man. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. How many yards did he finish with, by the way? Did he go over 150? That was the prop. 150 and a half.
Under 120.
Yeah, I think that experiment's over.
I don't know. I think they're going to try it again. He moved the ball in the first half. Second half, a very different issue, and that was a tough matchup with Seattle. You're right. He was fun to watch. I kind of forgot how fun he is to watch. Oh, man, it was entertaining. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, we keep things rolling on Bet Sweats. Monday Night Football on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Case of the Mondays in 20 minutes. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Make sure you're following us on social media. I'm at Joe Ostrowski on Twitter and Instagram. Sam is at SP Shoot over on X. And is it Bet Chicken Dinner on Instagram?
Oh, we're plugging Instagram now. Yeah, Bet Chicken Dinner. I've been a lot more active the last month or so because I was told by somebody at Westwood One my digital footprint wasn't big enough. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Yeah.
Footprint. Well, yeah. We might as well.
I mean, I'd love to just tee off on that lineup. Have you heard some of the names?
I don't, dude. I just don't care. I'm never gonna.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right. Fair enough.
We got all week. If they want to give us all week, that's up to them. Yeah. No, I did mention the Instagram last week, and I was like, oh, I got a bunch of followers. I'm like, oh, I should be promoting this, like promote our own stuff for a little bit and try to increase our digital footprint, our feet print, whatever. I said, they told me protect my feet, right, Gracie? So
yeah,
that's what we're
not
doing.
Your feed, not your podcast feed, your feet. Yes, protect your feet.
No, they're protecting that, keeping it for themselves after telling us otherwise. All right, let's go to Monday Night Football.
I tried twice. I tried to drag you in twice, and you were the better man. Good for you.
Dude, it's Monday morning, second segment of the week. We got a full freaking week. I don't know. Do you want to do this all week?
Nope. That's fine. We'll save it.
We can.
Save it.
We can.
Save it.
Unless you want to be taken off the air. Do you? Would it be? I'm not saying that sarcastically at all. I kind of, maybe it sounds like you do.
Be a nice start to the holiday. I mean, why delay the inevitable, right?
Yeah.
Let's get no, I won't say that either.
Oh no! Oh my God, he's really trying, folks. Most people don't even know what you were starting to do. I do.
Well, you can't say that because then you get sued by Michael Buffer. All right, fine. Let's get to Monday Night Football. Can we bet Tua in the cold? Because that's what we have. That's basically the first question you have to answer around this game. Do you trust Tua in the elements? Yes or no?
Kickoff 16 degrees. The real feels going to be 9 degrees when they start this game. Can I trust him? I can. I can do anything. I can do a lot of different things. I think it's overblown. Tua, Daniel, in a cold. I do. Tua is 0-5 straight up. Mike McDaniel, he is 0-7 straight up. Here's why I believe that it's overblown. First off, let's go to last week. So what do people consider the cold? You always make fun of people that have trends and wait, the starting and ending points are really interesting. You're not going all the way back. You don't want to go back. You want to eliminate certain data points. Like, why do you want to eliminate certain data points? Oh, because it makes your stats sound better, right? So let's start at 40 degrees or colder. That's cold. Yeah, 40 or lower. Wait. Dolphins won last week, right? You know what the official kickoff temp was for the Dolphins-Jets game last week?
I'm going to guess it was in the 20s.
It was 41. So our stat of 40 degrees or colder is still alive. That's why that still works. Tua is 0-5. Yes, the Dolphins won that game, but it was 41 degrees, so it doesn't count towards this trend. Let's keep selling it. 0-5 in the cold. Can't win in the cold. Can't win in the cold. That's one reason I think it's overblown. We have an example last week. It was cold. They won. It was a crap opponent, but you still have to bring it up. And when we get to that record, that 0-5 record, I think you need to take a look at those teams, at those matchups, instead of just saying he can't win. He's winless. He sucks. Okay? If you go to in 2022, San Francisco, lose to them. They were 13-4 that year. Also in 22, Buffalo, they were 13-3 that year. Also in 22, they played those Bills in the playoffs, a damn good team. 23, they played Kansas City in the playoffs, part of this sample, obviously an excellent team. Green Bay in 24, they were 11-6 last year. That's the 0-5, folks. All double-digit win teams. awesome seasons for those teams. So they all happen to be in very tough spots, and we're not counting last week's win with the Jets. And this time around, it's the Steelers. The Steelers are worse than any of those 5 opponents that is part of this sample size. Pittsburgh -3 at home, and they don't have TJ Watt. So to answer your question, can we trust Tua in the cold? I think we can. In some of those games, Sam, Buffalo lost 32-29. The other Buffalo lost 34-31. They're a lot closer than that 0-5 would suggest.
I don't think TJ Watt is being accounted for enough, at least his absence. What I'm trying to say, like the look ahead number was 3.5 and Watt's out, and now the number's only 3. He's only worth half a point. I think he's worth at least 2. So this feels a little bit bloated, to use a word. I think the number should be closer to 1.5, 2. But this is what you do this late in the season. All right, these teams are both mid. Who's at home? We'll make them 3. Like that's bookmaking 101. And then we'll see where the money goes. And clearly there's not enough money on either side to get this off the 3. Now, the favorite's getting expensive. DraftKings -115, FanDuel -118, BetMGM -118, BetOnline -120. So they're juicing the favorite. I'd take the points. Like if I had to pick this game tonight and we've got 2.5 hours left to go to decide, I would take 3 at, -105 or even money. That would be my play, at least as of now.
Yeah, I see one domestic book that decided to go to 3.5. They're the only one out there, 3.5. So they're looking for some Dolphins money. Please, can we balance this out a little bit? I agree with you that the only play is Miami here. And people are going to be scared to do that. And I understand. +3. I'm holding off. I'm not jumping right now because, like you mentioned, it's juiced. So we might get to 3.5. What's the public going to do all day? As liability is building up going into that game tonight. They're going to be on the Pittsburgh side. They're going to look at Aaron Rodgers and see that he had 284 yards last week against Baltimore on the road and say, oh, yeah, Rodgers is used to this. He's played his entire career, much of his career in cold weather. Green Bay, New York. He's going to be fine, and maybe he's back. Look at what he did last week. This is a weaker team, Miami. Tua can't play in the cold. McDaniel can't coach in the cold either. He's going to look all freezing with the huge jacket and all that and try to be funny with his halftime interview. There's nobody lining up to take the Dolphins in this spot, and I think there's reason to. This is a Dolphins team, yes, not the strongest of schedules, but they've won 4 in a row. One of those 4 games was against Buffalo. Weaker opponents lately, Washington, New Orleans, New York Jets. But yeah, I agree. This game should probably be closer to a pick'em, and people are looking with some recency bias. Tomlin does have a great record Monday Night Football, but a lot of that is straight up record. And it's when he had much better teams, much better defenses, probably better quarterbacks than what he has right now. But if you are looking at it, Tomlin Monday Night Football, 22-5 straight up. Since 92, 22-1 straight up at home on Monday night. And that only loss was when they didn't have crowd, the COVID season. So there's more reason that people are going to jump on. Like Rodgers, Tomlin, home team, fade Tua, fade McDaniels. Yeah, I could see us getting to 3.5.
There's part of me that's terrified of betting the Dolphins and watching Tua try to rip that first laser through the cold, and it gets picked off and taken back for a touchdown, and I'm going to be like, damn it. Sure. I knew it was a dumb bet, yet I still made it anyway. I mean, we do have to drill home the fact that it's going to be 9 degrees. Yeah. 9 in Pittsburgh. So that's not great. I see that single-digit number right now, and I'm like, do I really want to? Because obviously 10 is different than 20, which is different than 30, which is different than 40. Like comparing games that were 10 degrees and 30 degrees, it's just not the same. And we know that. I mean, we're Chicago guys. We're used to the cold. 10 is cold. 9 is cold. I mean, it's brutal. Go stand outside for 3 hours at 9 degrees. It's not fun.
Man. No,
not
and
fun.
you say we're used to it. I'll tell you, I'm not used to this. This is what they call bone chilling. So over the weekend here, it was around 0. And it's between that and later in the week when we're going to be like in the 30s. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. It does hit you different as you get older. I'm telling you, it does. Like, I could deal with this when I was younger. It was fine. But now I'm like, man, I can't and then you come in and I know I'm warmed up. I've been inside for like 30 minutes. Why is this still impacting me? I walk outside in 0 degrees. I have a headache immediately. Like, it is brutal, man. Brutal. So, I mean, those players are going to feel it. These are professional athletes. I think it's a little bit different, but I'll tell you straight up, like, it's impacting me more at an older age. And I think these people that are going to these games, like these people that were at Bears Browns, you're out of your damn mind. I would eat it. Nope. Staying home. I will watch from home, and I get to see the rest of these games, which turned out to be awesome. Like, just seeing Bills Patriots alone was so much better than sitting watching a bad Bears Browns game and not feeling your face. Oh, no chance. You couldn't pay me to go out there.
To be fair, on your point, going out in the cold is worse for you. You also need foot surgery, so that probably doesn't help. Like,
There are a
you
lot
in the
of
cold,
issues.
like that foot is probably barking when you step outside to begin with,
Like,
let alone outside in the 10-degree weather.
Like, should I be going out around the house to throw out the garbage can? Should I be going to check on the pulled pork in shorts? Probably not. Sometimes
Oh.
barefoot, that's probably a bad idea. But that's my stupidity. That's the part I choose to leave out.
You did the pork? Did you do it finally?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah?
I did that Saturday night into Sunday. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
It cooks while you sleep. That's the way to do it, man.
Yeah, but then when I woke up, I'm like, oh, wait, I got to pull. I'm a little late on pulling it off, but a little late on wrapping it. So I was dealing with that. You know what? It is so cold that it kept going. It went out a couple times. Like, the air pops up, the temperature got too low. So getting it started in the beginning was a bit of a challenge because that's how freaking cold it is outside.
Yeah, but that smell, when you wake up in the morning and you walk downstairs, you can smell the pork permeating through the windows in the house. Like, it comes in through the windows. It's one of the best smells. It is, unfortunately, a little risky to run that smoker overnight when it's 5 degrees out or whatever. But look, that's how you build the smoker's character. You make it work through tough times.
It's all easier from here. Here on out, it's going to be so much easier moving forward. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe I would try a different method, different way here or there. But, like, the in-laws already asked, like, hey, do you mind doing pulled pork for Christmas? No, it's fine. Let's go. I want ribs too? How about some ribs?
You're such a ribs guy. I love it. Big ribs guy. Because every time you walk down the aisle now and you see the ribs, they speak to you, don't they?
Dude, every time I'm stopping, like, we just had ribs. I'm like, but look, these look pretty good. Well, they were probably better at the other store. But yeah. I'm stopping every time. Before, I was rarely stopping at ribs. It's not even a thought. But now it's like, that's number one power ranking so far. Is that number one for you?
No, pulled pork's number one. Ribs right there, though. 2 or 3,
Okay.
I would think.
Okay.
Wait till baby's first brisket. You're going to love it. It's going to drive you insane, but it's all going to come out okay. Because the brisket will stall. It will just stop cooking. And then you start freaking out because the temp isn't going up. The internal temp just stops. But that's a brisket for you. Anyways, we'll do more on the game, obviously, when we find out where the room is. That's a big deal for us on a standalone game. But at this point in time, I am leaning to the Dolphins +3.
I'm there with you, and I think we might get to 3.5 later today. Yeah, very curious. Are they going to be on Rodgers after his performance and all that? That's going to be interesting. As far as everything that went down yesterday, man, I'm confounded by these Burrow comments. The guy doesn't seem like he really wants to play football right now. And it started earlier in the week, and you're thinking, okay, it's Burrow. He's going to be fine. And then he gets shut out. Like, that was not in the cards. This is a Ravens defense that has had a lot of struggles this year. But Cincinnati officially eliminated from the playoffs. Burrow throws 2 picks, no touchdowns. The guy just doesn't sound interested. I'm like, is this Carson Palmer all over again? Does he want to play somewhere else?
I bet +3. I hated it the whole way. The whole way.
Yeah. Certainly understand. We'll continue on the NFL. Case of the Mondays on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
Can you do Case of the Mondays on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Because I have a feeling that that's what we're going to be doing here on BetSweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday morning. And Case of the Mondays. Number of directions to go. Sam, where do you want to go today?
I'd like to start with our teammate, Ryan Horvat, if I can. Very, very, very funny story. So I've only hung out with Horvat once because he lives in D.C., I live in Boston. There's not a lot of synergy there. And I didn't really know Horvat until we started working at this network. So the last time I hung out with Horvat, he broke his collarbone at the bar. So let's just table that and remember that when we tell this story. So he was in Providence to go to a concert. And he hit me up on Thursday or Friday saying, I might come to Boston Sunday. To which I said, let's go. Because I would love to get hammered with Horvat and just gossip about everything. So I've been looking forward to this. I got a bunch of texts from him at like 1 a.m. This would have been Saturday night into Sunday morning at 1 o'clock, 1:30. It was a bunch of football bets, and I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be there by 11. Okay. 11 o'clock rolls around. And I don't know if he meant he was getting on a train at 11 or he was going to be in Boston by 11. So at 11:05, I text his cell phone. It goes through, but I don't hear back. So I can't locate Ryan. I get a text from Ryan Horvat 7 at iCloud.com.
Don't put that out there.
Why? It's just his email. What? It's just an email address. Lost my phone in an Uber at 4 a.m. Might not make it out. Trying to track it down now. To which I said, of course. And then he says, I'm trying to track down the driver. He's doing Find My Phone from wherever he is. I'm assuming it's either hotel or coffee shop because he probably had to check out of his hotel room. So he's operating off his laptop now, clearly, to find his iPhone. I sent him an update, or I asked for an update a couple hours later, 1:30 or so. Did you find your phone? ? No, I took a cab to where it says it is, and nobody's home. So that's the last I heard from Horvat. I don't know if he found the phone. I don't know if he's in Providence or in DC. I have no idea. And I also don't know where to contact him. Do I text the iCloud or do I text the phone? I don't know.
His Friday tweets, I'm like, oh boy, this is the start of the weekend. Where are we going? How far are we going to go? And then he tweets the picture, which is a selfie of him wearing. How would you explain those glasses?
Oh, they're like Christmas goggles, like red goggles, right?
Yeah. Oh man, Horvy's awesome. he's something special. He was probably in a bad place again yesterday with that Packers loss to Denver, and now it's 50-50 whether the Bears or Packers are going to end up winning that division. And I did talk to him last week, like after that Bears Packers game. He's with me. He thinks the Bears are going to win that game, so that would be interesting, and also put him in a very interesting spot. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be on the air again or not. I don't know what exactly the situation is there, because
he's on Thursday. He's on Thursday.
But will
night
he be?
Only.
With who?
Oh, I don't know.
He's also been on the schedule a whole lot. Okay.
Oh, Glassman?
So Send It In's done. I saw that the other day. So that was the last Send It In. Because all these shows seem to be ending at different times. A lot of things up in the air. And then you see things on the schedule, and then that really doesn't happen. So, yeah. Okay, he is on Thursday, and he's with the Glassman. That makes sense. Because if he had a different co-host, I'd say I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to be Evans. Confirmed.
It's definitely
will not
not.
be Evans.
Yeah.
You know, on top of the Packers' loss, which we didn't even touch on, I know we know that it happened, but we didn't bring it up. Micah Parsons probably has a torn ACL.
Yeah.
So that's a brutal blow, and they mortgaged a lot to get him in and propel themselves to a Super Bowl. I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl without Micah Parsons on the field. So that was not great. Case of the Mondays for you. What do you got? I got one more. We could save it for the back end.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be a case of the Mondays all week long here on the show. And also Watson injury. That's big. Explosive player. He was really balling out recently with some huge plays for that offense. And we'll see how serious that injury is as well. So things not looking good for the Packers, as I've heard from their entire fan base, say that Micah Parsons is held on every single play. Well, don't know that he's going to be on the field again. I was going to go with the Heisman. Maybe I shouldn't, but I was going to go with the Heisman for one reason, because obviously we haven't even got to it, the results yet here in the first hour of the show. And I figured that would be the case with all the NFL love, with the buys being completely done. But I did want to get to Mendoza winning it. And look, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but the case that I heard from a lot of voters that ended up going Mendoza alarmed me a little bit. He deserved it. I have no issues with it. He's on the number one team. He had a lot of those, quote, Heisman moments that we talk so much about. And I was frankly surprised, Sam, that he didn't take any region. He didn't take the West. He didn't take the South. SEC country was like, yeah, Mendoza's the dude, man. I don't know what to say. And then after that, it was kind of up in the air. It was there was quite a gap, but like there was quite a gap between Mendoza and everybody else. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was with Pavia. When I hear voters explain why they voted Mendoza, I'm not arguing against it, but I didn't like what I heard. And I say that because it sounds to me like the entire case for Mendoza to be the Heisman Trophy, according to those that were voting for him, was team success. I don't want the Heisman Trophy to turn into the NFL MVP. It didn't last year, but I am wondering if it's going to be moving forward with the expanded playoff. Like, I kind of think you're going to have to be a playoff team. It's usually a quarterback. 4 of the last 5, 8 of the last 10, it's been quarterback. So we figured it was going to be this year, and then that's what everybody figured. You know, you looked since 2000, it's right around that marker of about 80% of the time. It ends up being a quarterback. But I heard so much about the team success and this moment and that moment. I didn't hear much about the stats. I didn't hear much about this unbelievable game from beginning to end. And yes, I think it's certainly fair that they didn't have any awful performances. He brought them to a certain level, and then, not cutting time, he came through. All that is fair to bring up, but just hearing the explanation, Sam, I was a little bothered by the idea of team success was stressed again and again and again, and I'm worried that this is going to turn into the NFL MVP, and that's what's made it different. And, you know, Lamar Jackson at a school that didn't have the most success ends up winning it. Last year, of course, Travis Hunter ends up winning it. I'm worried that that's going to completely go away, and it's going to be like a quarterback on the top 4 team in the country.
Yeah, the best player in the country was Jeremiah Love, in my opinion. If I had a vote, I would have voted for him. He was the best player. Like, you want to start a team? That's how I view it. Who do you want first? Who's your first pick? My pick would be Jeremiah Love in college, not Mendoza, because there's 3 other guys like him. There's not 3 other guys like Jeremiah Love. We also, though, we saw some real what's the term that I can use? We saw Diego Pavia's true colors after the Heisman ceremony. Woo. He literally put on Instagram, F all the voters, ... family for life. It's like, okay, it's a strange post to make. And it's like him and his family throwing up gang signs in New York. I'm like, oh, great. That's That's what we want. Maybe we overestimated how much the voters didn't like, or we underestimated how much the voters didn't like Pavia and everything that comes with Pavia. You know, the mom and the brothers getting arrested and all that. I got a text from somebody who voted for the Heisman. He sent me that and goes, "That's why I didn't vote for him." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. That makes sense. Checks out."
Yeah. And then I assume you saw the video clips of him clubbing in New York City Saturday night?
No, I did not. No, I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, there's video clips of him clubbing in New York after losing out to the Heisman, and he had a sign. It looked like kind of like a wrestling title belt, and in LED going across, it said F Indiana. So add that to the list.
Cool.
Yeah. Awesome,
cool.
bro.
Yeah. You look great. You look
There
great
was
with your chains.
There was a Pavia thing that made me cry in a good way because I couldn't stop laughing.
Which one?
It was a side-by-side of Pavia and then the pig with the fade.
It's very funny.
And then I started thinking about Nadu, and then I started laughing harder because I know because we've seen that go around when it comes to Nadu's haircut. Oh man, that did make me laugh at least, and we're looking for those laughs right now. But
yeah, well, I heard that if we wore jewelry like Pavia, we may have kept our jobs because that's the trend that I've heard. You got to wear chains like that to keep your jobs.
Oh man, is it bigger footprint?
Just a rumor I heard.
Yeah,
you get more followers that way. Yep,
I heard that.
I think we should save the clip.
One. Okay.
Yeah, well, we don't have enough time. I brought audio for this one, so maybe we could just move this to lightning bets. Easier that way.
I know what it is. You don't want to just jam this into the final minute of the segment for sure. I think that one needs a little room to breathe. Joe O, Sammy P, coming up on the other side. Our buddy Jason Lockenfora to talk about everything going down in the NFL. Whew, huge storylines yesterday, huge ramifications. We will get to that and Monday morning market moves next hour as well. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, our buddy Jason LaConfora, kind enough to drop by Odyssey NFL Insider, talk about everything that we witnessed last night and what we're thinking heading into Monday Night Football. You know, we've talked about it. Everybody covering this league has talked about it. Is this really going to be the end of the dynasty? And yeah, that was worse than a thud. The way that they ended up losing, the catastrophic injury to Patrick Mahomes. Is he even going to be ready for next season? I don't know. KC, LA obviously wins 16-13. They win again. Another win against a quality opponent as bad as the Chiefs are with no offensive line, but it's the same deal with Kansas City, and you could make the argument it eventually leads to the bad Mahomes injury. What are your thoughts coming out of that one and moving forward with the Chiefs?
Well, I mean, it obviously begs so many questions, macro level questions about the Chiefs. And even for me, like, it starts to beg some questions about Big Red. Like, because let's be real, Mahomes is going to come back in the middle of the season. He's not going to be right. Like, he's Superman and all that. I get it. He's also human. We've found that out the last couple of years. If the infrastructure really rots, he's going to be pulled down in the muck like anybody else. I mean, this guy went into yesterday's game 20th in the league in completion percentage, right? So, like, then you're going to have him midseason coming off an ACL, and he's probably not really going to be right till midway through the 27th season. I don't know, guys. You know, I just, every year there's one that comes out of nowhere and shocks you, right? I mean, you cover this league long enough, you cover the coaching markets. I just want, like, he's a guy who's going to have to meet with his family every year. He's going to take a physical. Like, I just wonder if this is where he and the missus decide, you know, you could make $5 million a year talking about football once a week, you know, and get your yayas out that way. And you've done everything you could. If someone would have told you when you left Jeffrey's office in Philadelphia for the last time that this is how the second chapter of Andy Reid's coaching career would have gone, you wouldn't have believed him, right? You wouldn't have believed him. Not only are you not going to be remembered as the guy who couldn't get over the hump, you're going to be remembered as the guy who everybody was scared to face in January. I just wonder, right? Kelsey, gone. Offensive line, complete reboot. I don't know. Chris Jones, over. You know, like, why don't you let Spags coach that team? I just, you're not going to hear anything for a while. He's going to go and meet with ownership. He's going to go spend time. This is the first January in forever. When's the last time he didn't have to coach football in January? I could see him sitting with his representatives and everybody else and just saying, you know what? My family's been through a lot. I've been through a lot. Maybe now's the time to pass the baton.
For a second, I thought you were talking about Mahomes. And then I'm like, oh, he's talking about Reid. I thought you were saying maybe Mahomes, which would be a different, obviously, conversation about him.
If you're Andy Reid, right, and you set the bar this high in Kansas City, anything other than 1 seed division champ Arrowhead Invitational is not. That's not an Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes Chiefs season. Like, what are the odds of that happening next year? And are you even sure about the year after that? You know, like, I don't know, guys. The Foxborough thing, nobody's ever doing again. Like, if you're chasing those ghosts, you're a fool. And this is not a young man, and this is not a great roster. It's not a great roster.
Do you think that decision needs to be made somewhat closer, like to the end of the regular season? Because, you know, his buddy Matt Nagy, he's going to be up. People in Chicago don't want to believe this, but this guy's going to be up for a bunch of jobs. Like, look at the coaching market. And then if they're going to hand the baton to someone, who are they going to hand it to? Like Nagy, should you take every interview you can get? Like, or
if he's got a chance to stay in Kansas City, he better stay in Kansas City. I don't think that cat's winning any interviews. I don't think. Yeah. Look, he's got the right people in the media carrying water for him. That'll get you kind of in the mix. I don't think he's getting any job. I don't know that he'd be the guy. I don't know that he'd be the heir apparent there if we went down this road. I don't know if that's something Spags would be interested or not. Like, maybe, Spags has been handed an S sandwich once before, right down the road from Kansas City, right? In St. Louis, it didn't go too well. But maybe he does want one more crack at it. Dude, Dave Tobe. They're special. One of the things that blew my mind about the Chiefs dynasty is nobody ever hired Dave Tobe. Like, he barely got any interviews. I mean, that shows you what these billionaire clowns are really up to. So maybe, you know what I mean? You've got any number. Like, dude, Dave Tobe could coach an NFL team and coach an NFL team well.
Of course.
Steve Spagnuolo could coach an NFL team and coach an NFL team well. Like, I don't know, but I think Andy Reid's got to look big picture here, and that division is really tough, man. That thing in Denver's not going away. That thing with the Chargers is not going away. And next year, whoever coaches the Raiders might win more than 2 games. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
this looks like Superman's found his kryptonite.
Dave Tobe was unbelievable in Chicago, and then they got rid of him when they got rid of Lovey. And the Bears special teams, I don't think, has ever recovered. And that was in 2012. So that speaks to the strength of Dave Tobe, as you said. Who are the Giants going to hire? Who should they hire, I guess? Better question.
I wrote about this in the Washington Post last week. Here's what I know about this situation. Enough people that I know who talk to people way up the food chain there are convinced that one thing John Mara knows is it cannot be McAdoo 2.0. It cannot be Dable 2.0. It cannot be Shermer. This guy's got to have a resume. Like, and yeah, you could tell me Shermer coached before. I mean, 2 nondescript years in Cleveland. Hired by Haslam. Like, who's Haslam hired who's any good? So it's going to be somebody real. He's going to open up the checkbook like he hasn't before, and he's going to be competing for the best. I heard a lot about. Look, if they can't get someone like him, would they sniff around on a Dan Lanning? I'm not sure that they're going to open the checkbook the way it would take to pry him away from Nike. And I hear the quarterback staying there and that they're going to run it back and Nike's going to fund that. So I don't think now's the time he leaves Oregon, even for Jackson Dart. But I think those are the kinds of waters that they're going to be sailing in for the first time in a long time with a Giants coaching search. I think Hafley's an interesting name to watch as that next tier because he did a good job at Boston College. They hired a guy from Boston College not that long ago. Well, it's a long time ago now. If you're as old as me, it doesn't feel like that long ago. Tom Coughlin, it worked out pretty well. I think if they do go coordinator rank, it's got to be someone who's been a head coach before. He checks that box. He checks that box right down the road at Chestnut Hill. I guess up the road. But I would be astonished if it's not something like that. Or like a Kevin Stefanski, who you could tell me, well, Shermer 2 years in Cleveland. Well, I mean, this guy did win with Jimmy Haslam. Like, he went to the playoffs with Jimmy Haslam as his owner. Like, he's 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. And sure as hell looks to me like he's trying to do any and everything he can to get out of Cleveland.
Yo, Sammy P with Jason La Canfora here on Bet Sweats. You watched Baltimore Cincy yesterday.
Well, I watched Baltimore. I'm not sure that Cincy played that game. I watched Baltimore.
Man.
But that was as insipid, uninspired, soulless, vacant a performance as I've seen from an NFL football team in a long time.
With that said,
I mean, what Cincinnati and Burrow did, like,
yeah,
dude. I mean, 2-score game, late first half, 3rd and long. I'm just throw it to the sidelines like that. I mean, a chance to extend plays, don't do it, run out of bounds, fighting for your playoff lives. No attempts to push the ball downfield against the defense that you just watched Aaron Rodgers come to life against, and a defense that you lit up 2 weeks before.
Yep.
On the heels of I'm frustrated, I'm not having fun anymore. Like, on the heels of having a press conference that lit up phone lines around the NFL. Like, is this cat saying, come get me? Is Joe Burrow saying, get me out of here? And then he plays like that. And then after the game, kind of sort of tries to put the genie back in the bottle, but not really.
Is it Carson Palmer 2.0?
Something ain't right there. Something ain't
Is it
right
Carson
there.
Palmer
like,
again?
That thing is way off. Yeah. I mean, maybe not this offseason, but I've never believed. And people I talk to on a weekly basis have never believed that he and Mike Brown are going to be they're going to be in this together forever. Like, no way. There's no way he's a Bengal for life. It's impossible because he's wired so much differently than everybody in that front office. And he's been there long enough to see it. And we're now 2 years removed from him getting paid. And you could argue they're in a less competitive spot now than they were when he did the extension. I don't even know there's a counter argument to that. I mean, they've got no blue chip players on defense. They've got a worse coordinator than they had then. The coaching staff, I mean, if you're telling me they're getting better, then you're out of, I mean, we're not watching the same thing. Like, he's been hurt again. He's had more, how many surgeries has he had since then? Like, I don't know. But the Bengals did, I mean, that was shameful. It was bitter cold. I get it. They look like they were mathematically eliminated in Buffalo. But I'm watching other teams that have been mathematically eliminated at least show up. And again, for Burrow to talk like he did and then back it up with the most soulless performance of his career. I don't know, man. It had my spidey senses tingling, and it had a lot of people in other front offices' spidey senses tingling.
How good was Josh Allen yesterday in the second half?
I mean, that's what he's capable of doing, right? And that's what he's going to have to do. Now, the defense also made some adjustments. I think the weight of the moment got to the Patriots. But yeah, he's got to be the best football player on the field by distance, right? And in the first half, he wasn't. I mean, Drake May was kind of doing it, was kind of having a Josh Allen type game. And then the second half, he clearly was. And then when he hits some of those notes that not many people can hit, like that whole orchestra comes along with him. And all of a sudden the defense is getting 3 and outs and it just snowballs on you, right? When you see him doing those things, it affects not just the opponent's offense, but their defense, right? Everybody's like, the defense is like, we can't stop this cat. And the offense is like, they can't stop that cat. So now we got, it's like we're trying to hit 6-run home runs all the time. And you get off your game plan, your play caller gets a little bit, like a little bit antsy, like he starts feeling it. And then especially when you don't have the playoff like calluses, right? New England's never been there, done that. It becomes the men versus the boys. Could have really used the rushing touchdown out of him. That one, I'm surprised that didn't hit, given everything else that happened in that game, right? It was the James Cook rushing touchdown show after he had just fumbled at the 1 the week before. Go figure. But no, I love Bill's money line. We talked about that game a decent amount on WannaBet. I thought Josh Allen at least 30 rushing yards, probably 50 or above. He does that in December quite a bit. And I thought they'd find a way to win that football game. And they obviously did. And you look at the landscape of this AFC right now, and you're going to be able to make the case for, I mean, almost anybody who gets in the AFC. Like, you're going to be able to make a case that they could be the last one standing.
What are the Packers without Parsons?
Woo! I mean, that seemed to like take the wind right out of their sails, huh? Well, look, if Hafley is going to be the hot name at the end, it would be because they reconfigure, right? And they're obviously, I mean, they lost their best player on defense, someone who took them from very good. Right, the numbers last year were very good. You can look at yards per play, yards per pass. You can look at a lot of things and say it was very good, but they weren't fearsome. They weren't intimidating. Like, you didn't have to worry that they were going to make, momentum, game-changing plays at any given moment. That element's gone again. He can scheme it up. He schemed it up last year. They played a lot of zone and they turned people over a lot. And, the defense really wasn't why they didn't get as far last year, I would say. I mean, yes, it lacked that killer bite up front, but the offense kind of atrophied and the big plays went away, and so it's going to put more pressure on the offense for sure. And no Kraft now, and no Parsons. That's kind of, and now Watson's always hurt. But today. But
yeah,
like,
yeah.
the margins got slim. The Bears, that was a good weekend for the Chicago Bears.
Yes, it was. In 10 seconds, betting Monday Night Football or no?
Yeah, I like Pittsburgh to win this game. I like Pittsburgh money line in the under.
All right. Very good. Jason Lockenfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. Check out Wanna Bet podcast. Jason, we appreciate you being available and being a friend and jumping on every Monday with us.
Always hope to see you guys down the line for sure.
For sure. Jason Lockenfora, good stuff there from the Odyssey NFL Insider. Coming up next, Monday morning market moves, college and NFL on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
College football now, NFL in 20. Joe O, Sammy P. Joe Ostrowski on Twitter, at SB Shoot on Twitter. First, from over the weekend, Army Navy. I was busy. Had to leave the house. Cookie exchange was going down, so I was running around town with the kids. I saw 0 snaps of Army Navy. Did you enjoy it? Did you watch the entire thing, just a little bit, or tell me how it went?
Just the first quarter. That's all I cared about because I came in hot on first quarter under 7.5. So Navy gets the ball first and goes right down the field. Well, I shouldn't say right down the field. Goes down the field and scores in 8 minutes. So there's 7. So for the next 7 minutes at the train station in New York, I am locked in, and I cannot have any more points. So Army gets the ball. They start getting down there. They start crossing midfield, like 2 minutes to go. Then they bust a huge run. Then there's a face mask. So there's 45 seconds to go, and Army's got the ball at the Navy 19.
Ooh.
And you know what I'm thinking? They're about to bust one here. They're about to go HB wham right up the gut, you know? And they end up throwing a pass. And I'm like, I'm like, like I cannot have a touchdown. They're not going to kick a field goal because it's first down. Like, we're not going to, that's not a concern anymore. 7-3 is no longer possible because it's 1st and 10 at the 19. He goes to pass and then tucks it and runs for a couple yards. And then it's like, oh no, they're going to get one more play off because the play clock is 2 seconds off, like the game clock and the play clock. And they run one final play. Joe, the guy went down at the 1 yard line.
Man.
The quarter ends. I'm literally like, let's go! I'm in the train station, like getting loose. And naturally, Army scored a touchdown in the first play of the second quarter.
Wow, that's ridiculous. God, I'm looking at it now. We were talking about how much they run. It was like, okay, this team runs the ball 86% of the time. So on the Army side, 10 pass attempts, 34 rushes. Navy, 14 pass attempts, 52 rushes. It's crazy. The under hit again. The game under hit again. It was a little dicey. Well, we get 33 points in this game, but the under hits again. Army Navy, for everybody that's like, oh, Army Navy, got to bet the under. You guys are right. Congrats on cashing your ticket.
That first quarter sweat is unlike anything in sports because you know that most days they're not going to be good enough to get 2 scores because there's not enough possessions. Like I said, you didn't even get 2 full possessions. Navy went down the field, 8-minute touchdown drive, and then Army's first drive went into the second quarter. So there's literally no room for error. These teams have to be flawless, efficient, and they got to get down and score in a timely fashion. But man, that final play with 2, because the play clock is winding down. I'm like, oh no, there's time for one more play. And you got the box score in front of you. Pull up the play-by-play on that last play of the first quarter, man. I took a picture of it and tweeted it out. The ball is spotted at the 1. And I'm like, let's go. Because it looked like he might get in. All the linemen started running up and pushing him. I'm like, no! It's like dragging him into the end zone. It's a great sweat.
Man, it worked out perfectly for you. You needed them to get that 4th down conversion too, right? Because you go to field goal, it's over. Okay, we got to get the first down, but then we're going to need to run the ball a couple of times, but also not get into the end zone while you're in the red zone. Like, you needed a lot of things to happen there, and it all hit.
It was nice. We were celebrating
Yeah.
on Twitter. A lot of people were following the first quarter under because it's over
Good.
right away. I mean, say that game started at 3:10-ish, 3 o'clock scheduled time, and then they do all the pomp and circumstance. That probably kicked at 3:10 or 3:15. Dude, the first quarter was over by 3:30. Like, right away, bang. The clock just ran the whole time.
Yeah. All right. Very cool. We've got bowl games kicking off tomorrow. Of course, we're waiting on the playoff games. Get going on Friday and into Saturday. Friday night, you're going to have Alabama, Oklahoma, and the other 3 playoff games go down on Saturday. But it's going to be cool because we get to take a look at these. We got the Veterans Bowl tomorrow, Wednesday. We've got a couple of them, the Cure Bowl, Ventures Bowl. Thursday, the Xbox Bowl, Myrtle Beach Bowl on Friday. That's Friday morning while I think we're still on the air. So the bowl games kick into high gear starting tomorrow. That'll be interesting. But we've got to talk about, of course, the playoff game. That's where people are really going to be interested in. Not sure that they're all that interested in these other bowl games, but we've got some movement on those games we'll talk about. But Alabama, Oklahoma finally settled in. Like, there was disagreement. There was line movement all over the place with this matchup, but we finally settle in. Let's call it Bama as a 1-point road favorite at Oklahoma, low total 40.5. Sam, are you surprised that it's settled as Alabama's a short favorite for now?
No, that's the power of Alabama. That's the A on the side of the helmet. It makes sense. And Bama power rate's a little bit higher. So it doesn't really surprise me. I'm looking at my ratings now. I've got Bama 2.5 points better than Oklahoma. So I actually think Oklahoma should be a small favorite. We're not really going to cross hairs around the 0, though. I mean, Bama -1, Oklahoma -1. It's all fair. I don't think the game's going to land 1. If Bama can't run the ball, Oklahoma's going to win. I lean to Oklahoma in the under. I do. This could easily be a 17-10 final. Would not surprise me one bit, man.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not surprised by it because when these teams played, turnovers were the difference. One team won in the box score, so the assumption is that's going to happen again. I'm not surprised at all. Along with the power of Alabama, that's why we're here. Very, very low total. Now, on the Saturday games, those numbers settled immediately when it comes to the point spread. We got to Oregon -21.5 against JMU quickly. We quickly got to Ole Miss -17 in the hook against Tulane. And the 3.5, Texas A&M, a shorter favorite, hosting Miami. Like, the point spread on those games settled in fairly quickly, and a very different outlook on those games. All 3 totals, the 50s, the Ole Miss game, the highest of the bunch, 56.5 to 57.
So the biggest mover, not in the last 3 days, but the biggest mover since they opened these games up has been Miami. When the bracket came out on Sunday, the first book that hung a number was DraftKings, and they hung A&M 5.5. And I texted Bear. I'm like, I know I've been giving you a lot of smack about Miami. That's a bad number. And he texted me back, I already bet it. Of course, the Bear bet Miami, right? But at 5.5, I mean, it was too high. FanDuel opened 4.5. So those numbers have obviously moved in. It's 3.5 at most books. Circa's at 3. A&M -3, -15. So respected money shaped this market rather, with Florida bets. 5.5 went by right away. 4.5 went by. The 4s kind of hung around for a few days. And here we are, 5 days out, and it's now 3.5 with a 3 at Circa. I still like Miami. I do. I bet 4.5 myself, not the past post on our program, but I mean, this line's been up for a whole week and some change now. I do think Miami's a very good bet plus points because I think these two teams are very, very close together. Like I actually have them equal on a neutral. So what's home field? In college, probably 3. And that's where we're at, 3.5. So I do like Miami in the game, and I was happy to take 4.5.
Yeah, in the chaotic process that was going down in the final few weeks of the regular season, I'm sure people think that you're an anti-Miami guy. Au contraire, You're a big Miami guy. All offseason, you were pumping up Miami. You like Miami a lot. early in the season as well. And bad losses, maybe that shifted things for a little bit. But on the flip side, we've been talking about, okay, when are we going to pick on Texas A&M? When are they going to lose? They did near the end, but this is not a team that we were looking to back going into the playoffs. So you've got a team that you do like, certainly with that D-line that you trust, and they're getting more than a field goal. Not too concerned that they're on the road. So, yeah, you're not like tailing anything. Like, this is a team that you like, and it's going against a team that you wanted to pick on. So I certainly understand why you're on the Miami side. Do you think either of these huge point spreads has a chance of being competitive?
A chance, of course. But I feel like if you're going to bet either dog, and if you disagree, please let me know. I feel like if you're going to bet either Madison or Tulane, you just want to bet the first half. Because if they're not in it early, they're not going to be in it late. Like, that's the vibe that I get. And of the teams that I would consider bets on in the 4 games, I would be Oklahoma, Miami, and Tulane. There's a lot of guys I respect that laid Oregon. They laid 20.5 and 21. When they bet, I try to not be on the other side, if that makes any sense. But I do feel like if you like either dog, big dog, James Madison or Tulane, you really should consider a first half play rather than a full game play.
For what it's worth, last year in the playoff, and it's part of the reason they wanted to change some things up a little bit, the favorites crushed the big dogs. Penn State, SMU, that game was over in the first quarter. Notre Dame, Indiana, I was lucky enough to be in the building. The final score said 27-17. Game was not that close. Nope. That was Indiana scoring a couple of meaningless touchdowns at the very end. Ohio State thumped Tennessee 42-17. And Texas took care of Clemson by a couple of touchdowns. None of those games last year were competitive at all. I'm not going to say it's going to be the same thing, but just reminding people.
Do you remember the not Oklahoma, I'm staring at Oklahoma on my screen. Do you remember the Ohio State-Tennessee backstory for our show?
The backstory. Remind me.
That was the wood chipper game. That was the Thor.
Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah. He was way wrong on that.
I got the helmet. There's the Ohio State helmet right there. Yeah. That was when I was making, because we had come off of a week of shows where we were saying Ohio State is about to get hot. So we were big on Ohio State before other people were, we'll put it that way. During the Rose Bowl, Ohio State's pretty good. But yeah, no kidding. But that was when I was like, Thor, I love Ohio State. And I didn't know that he was on Tennessee. And he's like, you're going into the wood chipper, my friend. And you started dying laughing. And I was like, oh, it's on now. It's on. That was a fun game. Yep. I was texting with Chris Andrews, who said that not only did they write Oregon 20.5 and 21, he wrote a big bet from a winning player at 21.5. Somebody still was willing to lay north of 21. And, 21's a very important number to lay in a game like this, because you'd hate to lay 21.5 or 22 and have it be 41-20. You're going to hate yourself because you didn't lay 21. But look, somebody went into South Point and laid 21.5, and he's now 22. He's highest in the market on that game.
Yeah, wow. I would think that's going to keep on going. We're probably going to get more favorite love, especially the big favorites, as the week continues. Reminded of what happened last week. Yeah, I can certainly see that. Are you on a side for Oklahoma, Bama? I do like Oklahoma in this game. Are you on a side?
I like Oklahoma. I don't think Bama's going to be able to run the ball. I think Oklahoma is a good bet.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's going to be a fun one. And the way that these two teams have been trending later on in the year, I understand why you want to go against Alabama, but they are the short favorite in this spot. Of the games coming up this week, we'll go over all of these on a day-to-day basis, but is there one that really stands out that we really need to discuss? Saw the big move on Old Dominion, certainly.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I was a part of the end of that move. I did not get the good numbers. That thing opened 7, and now it's 3.5 and 3. I took some 5.5 on Old Dominion. That was Vegas Rick. He goes, watch what I'm about to do to Old Dominion. And I literally sat here at my desk and watched him bet 6.5 down to like 3.5. And I'm just like amazed. It didn't take long, but South Florida staff all leaving, the quarterback not going to play, Byron Brown. That was a big old move on Old Dominion, man. Big.
Yep, certainly. And that is not the end of it. We're going to see more moves like that as we get more information throughout the week. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Week 16 in the NFL. Let's take a look at those Monday morning market moves on the other side. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you on a Monday morning. Thanks for hanging out. What we got going on today? Anything? What else? Monday moons. Top of the hour, the last moons. Everybody's going to show their moons. That'll be fun. We'll find out where the room is at on Monday Night Football. Lightning bets as well. But let's go Monday morning market moves. It's week 16 in the National Football League. You were just alerting me. I didn't even realize. I forgot this is where we are on the calendar. NFL has a couple of games on Saturday. That's smart. Let's go against the 3 college football playoff games. Is it me or is it just stupid? Or is the NFL such a powerhouse? It doesn't even matter that there's college football playoff games. They can go anytime they want. I guess like you don't have any more buys, so why not spread it out a little bit? I understand their thinking, but I'm surprised that the first week where they're having multiple Saturday games, they're going against the playoffs.
I don't think the NFL is concerned, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
And
no, I
also
know
understand, you got 2 of the blowout games on Saturday. So the best game, Miami and A&M, is at noon. And then the double-digit games are at 3:30 and 7:30 Eastern. I think that's probably by design. So you get the best game before the NFL games, which are at 5 o'clock and 8:20 Eastern. I don't think the NFL is going to have an issue. Do you think, all right, casual football fan, you want to watch?
Damn. Hey, Paul. How you doing?
I think he's just doing this because we told him to do it. Like anytime there's a siren. I can only imagine how loud those are actually in Paul's ears. Yeah, I mean, because if it's that loud on the air, it's 3 times.
You know what?
In person,
I'm realizing in this moment, it's too late to become a firefighter. They have a cutoff of 35.
Is it?
Damn, me too. Me too.
They do?
Yeah.
What do you mean they have a cutoff?
It's my buddy. Like to start firefighter or paramedic school, yeah, it's got to be before 35. Because my old roommate made that change at like 31. So Jake, there's still time.
Does he enjoy
it?
Job
if you think
security.
I didn't sign up for that test 2 months ago after that Zoom call, you're out of your mind.
Dude, Jake is peaked. Oh, Jake, you should absolutely be a firefighter. I see Jake as a firefighter. He's a farmer, firefighter. Yeah, no, my buddy loves being a firefighter. He does.
Yeah. No.
I believe that. Most of my buddies do too. I have a lot of CFD friends. They love it.
Mm-hmm.
I want Jake in the calendar. That's what I want. I need Jake in the Chicago Fire calendar.
I think Jake would crush it as a firefighter.
What would you guys, as we look for our next jobs, would you take a job? You're on for 24, you're off for 48. Is that appealing?
Yes. Yeah. I'd so much rather do that than just check a box with dumb shows that don't mean a damn thing during the summer every day. Yeah, I'd rather do that.
Wait, you don't want to do Major League Baseball for 3 hours?
So when no one's listening, oh, it's July 4th. Oh, but we need people. Yeah, no, I'm good. But
they say nobody's listening, but I also saw the numbers from the summer.
That's true. Oh, we crushed it in the summer. Huh, well, didn't matter.
Exactly.
I will say, but like, also there's like
your friend, who's your agent.
Yeah, right. There's ways to navigate days too, where like, I guess the drawback for someone like me who like wants to F off and like go to Australia or whatever for multiple weeks, like that's a little bit tougher to now. You can like navigate it for probably like a week. I'm sure you can do it like 2 weeks for a big trip or whatever and trades and everything else. But yeah, I do like overall the idea of like 24 on, 48 off.
Yeah,
I think that's really solid if you can find a job that caters to that, obviously.
See, Sam was saying other guys like Jake. I was like, Sam, I think you're cut out because if you were in the firehouse, there's no doubt you'd be manning the grill. You'd be the cook.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I just found out that I'm too old to be a Chicago fireman because Paul delivered the news. Thanks a lot, Paul.
Full of bad news this week, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep. Damn, I can't be a fireman. What am I going to do? You know,
That
Jake
doesn't make
too.
sense
Jake would
to me.
be a great fireman, and he would also, Paul. He would rescue a woman that he would eventually fall in love
Eventually
with
marry.
if he didn't
Yeah,
already.
100%.
Yeah, like on the spot, carrying her out of the flame, and then that's it. And then they're together forever.
She'd probably be named something like Anna Lantoya, something like that.
Oh
Yes.
wow!
Oh yeah, yeah. How did this fire start? I don't know. Like Jake,
You're too hot.
Mana Hantoya.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Where were we?
I think the prices of a schedule the week
Hey,
is
Jake.
shifting to the no.
Yeah, I need this fire. I need you to attend to. I don't see a fire. It's in my pants. What? Like,
Nope.
I knew it was coming, but I still.
Nope. Yep. We went there, and
that's where you lose me.
Yep.
Is it?
All right.
Is
So
footwear?
as I was saying initially before the sirens interrupted me,
Yes.
if you're a casual football fan, are you going to watch Green Bay, Chicago, or Oregon, James Madison?
Yeah,
It's
we know.
obvious. Yeah.
You can watch both, but the secondary TV goes to college football.
I will be at the tailgate that I go to every time I'm in town. If you want to come to the tailgate, let me know. Gertch has been there. Paul has been there multiple times. I'll be there, and I'll be cracked on Saturday too. I'll be crunk, as the kids say. Do they still say crunk,
Yeah.
Jake? I don't know.
Sure don't.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's been gone.
I'll be
for a while.
6'7" at the tailgate.
I think that's over 2.
Oh, wow.
Thank God.
It's getting close. Well, it's like kind of like okay, it's enough. I actually give the kids credit. A lot of old people are like, "This is so stupid." Their language and all that. Maybe Jake disagrees. I actually think they're pretty clever. They've found ways to say things without saying them, which in our business would actually be a good thing. Like you can say things that you know you're not allowed to say, but everybody knows exactly what you're talking about. For instance, I was told by my daughter and her friend, Saibao Unk. Do you have any idea what that means? Yes. So I was talking to them about it. Kids go around school saying things to teachers, which you're not supposed to say, but they say it in an acronym, and then they kind of get away with it. So Saibao, Jake, do you have any idea what Saibao stands for? Have you heard about it?
You could give me
Saibao?
100 guesses. I'm not sure I would get close.
Take a guess.
Why don't you just tell me what it means?
Thank you, Kramer. Shut your bitch ass up. So they say that like Saibao around people that don't know what it stands for, and that's a way. And then my daughter said Saibao Unk to me, calling me old, and also saying that. I was like, oh, that's nice. Very nice.
Wow.
But anyways, that's the latest thing. I don't know if that's going to take off, but I know that's what the kids are saying these days. The 6'7" thing seems kind of on the way out. Once we find out, it's over. All right, week 16. First, Bears Packers stands out. What do you think about the Bears being a home dog after all of these injuries really piling up here for Green Bay?
I think there's a chance that this line keeps moving as we get a notification that Connor Bedard is not going to play tomorrow. Okay. Just wanted to pass that along. Just came across my screen. Seems to be an important note to remember if you're betting hockey tomorrow. No Connor Bedard. I think there's a world, Joe, where the Bears go off the favorite on Saturday.
I agree.
Because you're going to see that Packer injury report come out today. Well, actually, no, come out tomorrow, right? It doesn't come out on Monday. You'll see some news that like, oh, this is torn or that's torn. But that first Packer injury report, which I don't know why I said it comes out Monday. It definitely doesn't come out Monday. But when it does come out, it could be really bad. And then people are going to just bet Chicago at +1.5. I mean, the look ahead was 3. Westgate hung a 3 on the look ahead. And then it reopened last night at 3. Of course, Parsons gets hurt, and now we're down to 1.5. And I don't think it's done. I don't.
I agree with you, especially with all of these injuries. And once we get official word and all that, it's going in that one direction. So that makes sense. And then you've got Green Bay coming off a tough road game, and then the Bears kind of like an easy home game that they had with Cleveland. Thursday night football, big game. Big game. Not one of these Thursdays where it's going to be a garbage matchup. Last week we're like, oh, a couple bad teams. Ends up being exciting in the end. A couple really good teams, elite teams. Rams, Seahawks. The Seahawks are the home team. And right now, if you look at BetMGM, they've got Rams -1. Some of the sharper books have this as a pick'em. Low total of 44. It doesn't sound like Devontae Adams is going to be ready to go with the short turnaround. He pulled up lame on a deep pass pattern. Looks like he injured his hamstring yesterday. So I'm assuming no Devontae for the Rams.
Well, the line is moving as we speak. I'm watching it go. Bet Online and Jazz just moved to Seattle -1. BetMGM has the Rams -1. DraftKings has Rams -1.5. So if you're following the screen like we do, this looks like, Circa's a pick'em. Superbook is off the board. The Seahawk money is coming in right now, like moments ago, a minute, 2 minutes ago. That's where we're at.
Yeah, I understand that one for sure. Then looking at some of the other bigger games, New England, Baltimore. Baltimore is a dog once again. This is a short number inside of a field goal, -2.5. Are you thinking we're going to have back-to-back losses here for the Pats?
I don't know. I really think that Ravens result was a little misleading. And, I bet Seattle. I bet Cincinnati yesterday, +3. Felt fine. It was 0-0 for a long way. And then Burrow had them on the doorstep and then threw a pick in the red zone. And I'm like, oh. And then it just got sideways out of nowhere. Vrabel's been a guy I've always loved as a dog. I've just always loved him as a dog. And granted, they were a dog yesterday. I didn't love them then. But I think you're going to see a little bit more Raven money. We're at 3 at one big offshore. I would take 3 with New England, of course.
Without Mahomes, Kansas City laying 3.5 at the Titans.
Nope.
What about the Tennessee side? Yeah, plenty of time to talk about that. Joe O, Sammy P, Monday Moon's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade 'em to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
We might need to check in with Gracie. Hope things are going all right. Her Chiefs go down. You've got the Mahomes injury. Wonder what the Moons were saying about Mahomes yesterday going into that game. Welcome back, Joe. Oh, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, our last week here on the network at SB Shoot, at Joe Ostrowski over on X. All right, last chance to hand out Moons, at least on this version of the show, Sam. What are you thinking for your Monday Moons?
Josh Allen gets super moon. How do you not watch that guy in that game and think, I don't want to be a part of that in the playoffs? How? I don't understand it. Now, we could talk about how they fell behind the 8 ball, how the running defense was a problem. Okay, it was for a half. And then they made some adjustments, and offensively, they could not be stopped in that second half. Could not be stopped on the road. And this is what I'm talking about. That's going to be a very similar track for them. They're going to have to go to either Denver or New England and win a game when the pressure racks up. We had Lock and Four on last hour. He's like, Drake May wasn't ready for the moment. I don't know that I fully agree with that. I thought Drake was good early in the game, but definitely late. He wasn't making the plays he made in the first half. So maybe by default, he wasn't ready for the moment. I want that guy. I want to bet on that guy. And I have been all in on this Buffalo thing for 6 weeks now? I bet more last week, and you could still, I believe the best price you could get is plus 850. Man, it's such a good number. If you get that guy, they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going. I lied. Did I say 850? 8-1 now is the best price. There's a 750 at one book. So it's ticked down a little bit. Not a huge move off the 9-1 that you could have gotten before the game yesterday, but he was unbelievable. He's the best player in football, and that's my guy. That's my roll dog this postseason. So Josh Allen gets Super Moon. Lunacy Moon is the Bears group thread. I'm done. Can I leave? Like, how do I leave the group thread?
It's easy. I can tell you how. I've done this.
No, I can't. I've tried to leave, and it won't let me. The line that says leave this, it won't let me leave. I'm stuck. Like, there's nothing I can do. I'm looking at it right now. The line that says leave this conversation is not illuminated. Like, it won't let me leave. It won't. I'm stuck. Why can't you just appreciate a good win? Why can't you appreciate a solid record? We have to make Caleb the MVP and all these players all pros, and they're going to go to the Super Bowl. And it makes me mad. It's sort of made me feel a certain type of way about the Bears because, like, they're so bad and so irrelevant for so long. And then the first shred of positivity, it's got to be taken to the nth degree. You just have to be insane and say ridiculous stuff, and it really makes me unhappy. So Lunacy Moon to the Bears group threads.
There you go. Lunacy Moon there. I've got a number of moons to hand out, so I'm just going to roll through these. Let's go Speed Moon, Travion Henderson. Only 14 carries. The guy has 2 long touchdown runs, 148 yards, over 10 yards per carry. Travion Henderson, he wakes up as a favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't know that he's going to win it because there's another guy that is making a run, but he's your leader in the clubhouse for now. I certainly hope that he does. Speed Moon, Travion Henderson. How about another rookie? How about the Trend Moon that we have not talked about on the show? Sam, it happened again. The Carolina Panthers were favored and they lost outright. They were favored to win. They're up 17-10 late in the game, and they found a way to lose. Tyler Shuck leads this team to back-to-back victories. He led them on a touchdown drive and a field goal drive in the last few moments of that game. Terrific job, Tyler Shuck. Trend Moon. Let's go with the New Orleans Saints taking out Carolina. Oh, my God, it happened again. Why aren't we just blind betting that stupid thing? Another Moon. This is a player's name that I don't think we've said all day long, and he had the best performance of Sunday. Pony Moon. Trevor Lawrence. 6 touchdowns. Whew. 6 touchdowns? 5 passing, 1 rushing, 5-game winning streak for the Jacksonville Jaguars. During this 5-game winning streak, he has multiple touchdowns in every game. And then he blows up with 6 yesterday. Trevor Lawrence, you get your flowers. I mean, this is a guy that most of us were talking about. Look, he's not long for this job. Liam Cohen's going to say, I want my guy. Get out of here, Trevor Lawrence. No. He turned Trevor Lawrence around. Good job, Trevor Lawrence. The Jacksonville Jaguars, pretty scared right now. They're looking pretty strong. Bounce back Moon. Jalen Hurts. They're saying play Tanner McKee. They're saying get this guy out of here. It's time to draft a quarterback. He goes from 5 turnovers on Monday to 3 touchdowns yesterday. I know that opponent sucked. We all understand that Vegas is bad. But still, 3 touchdowns after 5 turnovers and everybody screaming, get this guy out of here. He's done. The Eagles offense outgained Vegas by more than 300 yards. A lot of that has to do with the Raiders. Pete Carroll's got to go. But bounce back Moon, Jalen Hurts. And one more I want to hand out, and this goes to last night's game. Pressure Moon, Brian Flores. It's a lost season for the Vikings. And then all of a sudden, this Flores defense shuts out Washington last week. And then last night, they're in Dak's grill all night, sending pressure. They pressured him on half of his dropbacks, and Dak just didn't have much of a prayer. So all of a sudden, the Minnesota Vikings are 6-8 on the season. Now, big picture-wise, it may end up being a bad thing, winning all these games at the very end of the year. But you know what? For right now, Vikings Nation, they're going to take a good performance out of McCarthy under the lights in Dallas, where the Cowboys play very well, and they're going to be happy with that. He was actually pushing the ball down the field. So Pressure Moon goes to Vikings DC, Brian Flores. All right, those are our moons. Let's go to the fellas. Paul, what are your Monday moons?
Say Tears of the Flower Moon to me. Came in the week 2 points back of first place in the Chicago media contest and sitting on a nice 1-3 head into tonight's game with the Dolphins. Packers, dead. Browns, dead. Lions, dead, which will loop into my next moon. So our guy Goff goes 5-0 in the early window, and I don't know. Just going to try and place at this point. We'll see. And then a waning gibbous moon to the wife swap. Things get messy, and did they ever? Up 10. Lions are up 10. I'm not even going to call out Sam for texting me at halftime. I wasn't even going to. No, I mean, like, look, money line bets.
Just did.
+6. Well, whatever.
All I did was send a lion emoji.
Lions
Is it
moon.
my fault?
Yeah. No,
that's enough.
Okay.
No, they're
So
up 10.
I'm sorry.
They're up 10 points, holding better than 2-1 on the money line. Like, and Aiden Hutchinson. I put my toes down saying he was going to have a monster game against the Rams.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the Rams are coming from behind and got sloppy for everyone holding Lions. So tough moon. Bad moon.
I just got knifed. I got knifed moon right there.
I'm not going to call you out. Let me call you out.
In the moment, it just kind of, I was like like sometimes I talk in my mind out loud, and that's what happened there.
Sorry, Paul.
What a phrase. No, I don't care about anything.
Well, sounds like you care a little bit.
How about
maybe
dressed?
a little bit.
How about dressed for a funeral moon to us? All wearing black. Yeah.
Let's do that all week.
Yeah.
Black.
We're definitely doing
Black
Case of the
every day.
Mondays all week, by the way. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I can't believe I've failed to mention this. Sam, huge fan of you pulling out the red Mike Muff. Huge fan.
Oh, strong.
I wish I could say I did it intentionally. I just did it
Come
for
on.
a chicken dinner thing a couple weeks ago and haven't changed it back. I
don't
think about. Well, I'm definitely not going to now.
We should have pulled it out a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Remember when I
backstory? Sam was
yeah.
told not to use it because it looks bad on video.
Well, make me. You want to come to my house and change it? Come on.
It's Monday. I can't.
It matches
wait
my
to
hat.
see where we're at on
What do you
Friday.
mean? It matches my
It
hat.
does.
That's why I'm
I
wearing
did
it.
notice
Yeah.
that. It's a nice look.
It does. That's very good.
I did
All
dress myself this morning. Yes, if you were wondering.
Jake, what are your
I
Montoya
will
moons?
add to the all black funeral attire. Let's just keep it rolling.
Kirkland.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Jake wears that hoodie
Kirk-
like every day now.
Literally every day.
It's a good hoodie.
Is it
It's
warm?
very comfortable. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
I
sensational.
love
like these.
I love the idea of Jake walking around Costco and going through that clothing section with all the old people.
That's where I bought my
Why?
coat. It's the warmest coat I've
Really?
ever owned. I bought it at Kirkland or at Costco. It's a Kirkland.
It's a Kirkland one? Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you
Coat.
guys
With
seen
fur on
my
the inside?
Yeah, have you guys seen my Siberian parka? I didn't get
Did
it
you get
at
it at
Costco.
Costco? Oh,
No, but it reminded me of that. Go ahead, Jake.
thanks.
And that was talking coats with Paul.
That was
Anthony.
talking Siberia. I bet so.
I might put that
Sometimes I
on.
say things in my mind out loud. Moon.
I really
Fire in my
thought Sam was
pants.
I really thought Sam was starting to say Severance. I was talking Severance.
Yeah. Well,
That's coming
anyway.
up.
Kirkland Moon. The first one, first Moon to Sam, wrench Moon. Sam just sent me a wrench emoji earlier over the weekend, and it was very funny, and it makes me laugh every single time. Next one, Man on Fire Moon. If anybody has any ins at the CFD, let me know. I'm in. I'm down. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road. If anybody out there has any ins or connections with the Chicago Fire Department, let's let it rip. And then the last one, just for me, the "oh no, I'm in danger, where is the nearest exit" Moon. Anytime you could sit in a bar with somebody and maybe somebody you've scorned in the past, recently in the last 3 months or so, walks in right after you finish talking about said person too. It's always a good time to go, yeah, we're going to close. And then you just walk out the door in about a 2 minute span. Great times. Exit strategy, Moon.
I was going to say, another
it's
one?
so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Especially when you
Not even
go
from New York?
to a really crappy dive bar that you're like, there's no way. It's 3 neighborhoods away, pretty little known bar. What are the chances? What are the odds?
She probably followed you there, to be honest.
I literally, one of my friends texted me and goes, "You need to check all of your belongings for air tags right now." And I did, and I didn't find one, so we're good. I think.
Are you good?
Look
around on the train today.
Relative to what, Joe?
Yes.
Dude, I was dating a girl years ago. This is 10 years ago. She'd be like, "Where are you?" I'd be like, "I'm at the bar with my friends." She would show up. She'd show up to the bar, uninvited. That didn't last long. But like I wanted to see who you were with. I'm like, "Oh, that's definitely normal. We should definitely keep dating."
Yes.
No. Nope.
Was she tracking you?
No, I like told her where I was. And then she would show up. It happened twice.
See if you're lying. Oh,
First time was very strange. Second time was the last time that it happened.
I
love it.
I think I'm on an island here. I don't think I've ever shared my location with anyone.
This wasn't a shared location. This was I literally.
No,
told
I
her
wasn't
where
saying that.
He's just saying.
Again,
I know.
Oh,
It's
okay.
thought in my mind that I said out loud.
This is another thought in the mind that has come to the forefront of Paul's conversation skills.
Yeah,
It's actually
my
not
phone,
true. It's actually not true. I've done it when I've been in another country, just cause.
Okay.
But safety reasons. But I've never done it here, or like I don't regularly have people track my.
I
location.
hate it. I hate the idea of it. I took it off my phone. And my wife got really mad at me for doing that.
What are you hiding? She asked what you were hiding? Yeah.
I'm at the bar with Jake. Yeah.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
You'll never know. Don't worry about
Ever.
it. Leave me alone. Why are you interrogating me? God.
Secrecy, Moon.
How was the cookie
Weaponizing.
party?
Well, I wasn't here for most of it. I'll tell you on the other side about the aftermath. Yeah, it's been quite an aftermath. Like a cosmic brownie aftermath for me. If you could have picked that up. Oh, man. Just get them all out. Joe Sammy P. Find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football on BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
I should go look for that.
Oh, yeah.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, got something special planned coming up in about 20 minutes during Lightning Bets. We'll find out where the room is at coming up in a couple of minutes for Monday Night Football. We've got the Dolphins and the Steelers going at it. Sam, anything as far as NFL-wise? I know there were some games like we finally hit on during the moons, like the Carolina-New Orleans game. But anything else impactful yesterday on the cutting room floor that we did not address?
No, not really. Wise Guys did bet Minnesota, which John Murray told me on Thursday. They bet 6.5 and 6 and 5.5. So that was one of those sides that just kind of got whacked one way by professionals all week. And that was, a no-doubter for Minnesota. Also, a lot of these big favorites got home. San Francisco covered. The Texans won by 20. The Jags won by 28. The Eagles won by 31. The only one that didn't was Seattle. Phillip Rivers, cover town.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Seattle didn't get into the end zone. Myers hit all of those field goals. Good job by him. They almost won the game, man. That's why I think they're going to talk themselves into another week with Phillip Rivers under center as long as his body's able to respond. You went somewhere different than where I thought you were going to go. A couple things, big picture, before we get to the room. Remind our audience, what is the number of death in the NFL?
5.5.
No. Dallas, 5.5 against Minnesota. They lose outright. And much of the week, Kansas City, 4.5, 5, 5.5, closes 6. Kansas City loses outright. And every other game, which had a number higher, they all won. Seattle, Jacksonville, San Francisco, Philly, Houston, double-digit favorites. No shockers there. Chicago favored by 7.5. Destroy the Browns. And then that Rams number was 6. They end up winning by 1 score, but it's a win and a cover for them. So I'd imagine that a lot of moneyline parlays cashed. That was a really good week to do moneyline parlays. You took the top, let's see, the biggest, what did I just rattle off? Like 6 games, 1, 2, 3. Top 7 favorites all won. They didn't all cover. Most did, but they all won.
I'm looking at the AFC playoff picture right now. So the 1, 2, 3, Denver, New England, Jacksonville. Then there's whoever wins the AFC North. Currently, Pittsburgh is in first, 7-6. Chargers 5, Bills 6, Texans 7.
Yep.
That's going to be a very, very wide open AFC, man. Good luck picking the winner out of that one. Like, obviously, you know who I like, but I mean, it could be 4 or 5 of those 7 teams.
The door is still cracked for Buffalo to take that AFC East. It's still there now. The Patriots had an opportunity. They're up 21-0. I gotta tell you, man, and talking to some Patriots fans, you deal with more than I do, but like they're talking themselves into yesterday being okay because it's the Buffalo Bills. Like, no, you had a chance to end it. Win the division. It's over. You're up 21-0 at home, and you couldn't do it. Oh, Portnoy. Portnoy got caught up too, just like some of the people that were tweeting at you when they were up 21-0. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
man.
Yeah.
I had screenshots, at least 8 of them, of people that were talking smack, and I didn't go too deep. I did have to call one of the guys out who tweeted at me 3 times in the first half, and then tweeted at me after the game. Yeah. Great call. Stop. We're not friends. Like, we're never going to be friends. So stop. AFC East market 2-1 now in the Bills. It was 450 yesterday morning. So got cut in half or more, depending on where you shop. But 2-1 now in the Bills. Here's what you need to happen. The Pats have to lose to either Miami or the Jets. I don't think that's going to happen. Obviously, the Bills have to win out. Cleveland, Philly, Jets. But the Patriots have such an easy schedule. Like, it's right there for them. But again, it was right there for them yesterday with a 21-0 lead and a 24-7 lead at half. They go at Baltimore, at the Jets, home against the Dolphins.
Sunday Night Football's at Baltimore. That one's going to be interesting. A lot on the line, obviously, for the Ravens. With that, push and pull between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. We'll see what the Steelers end up doing tonight. But, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Rushing attack with Henry was pretty strong again. He's not getting as many carries as he used to, but when he does, he makes them impactful. And then the Bills, you've got Cleveland. That should be a win. I don't care that they're at home. Philadelphia is going to be a tough matchup. That one's in Buffalo against the Eagles. Then they wrap the season with the Jets. The Jets are done, man. They can't stop anybody. Like, they had Brady Cook. They actually scored a few points, but they're the team that gave up 6 touchdowns to Trevor Lawrence yesterday. They're just done. They're probably in full-on tank mode. When you decide to go to Cook, like, that's what you're screaming to me. I don't expect this Jets team to be very competitive in the end.
I hope that's the case. I clicked the wrong button. Yeah. Oh, well, so be it.
Oh, good. We'll live. We'll live.
Did you push the button? That time I did. I pushed the video button, not the mic button. And I honestly don't care. I'll do it again.
Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Let's bring in Paul Aspen to find out about tonight.
Where's the room?
Man that cares even less than Sam Panayotovich. Paul Aspen. Hey, Paul.
Thanks, Joe. 5 most bet player props. Hey, I'm here. At BetMGM for tonight's game. I don't think I'm going to watch it. Nah, probably not.
I won't either.
Tua. Yeah. Tua. This one makes sense with the cold narrative. Tua under 27.5 passing attempts. Number 4. Maybe this is the one. Adam Thielen, parentheses,
Jesus.
Pitt, under 1.5 receptions made.
Okay.
This is.
I could get over.
Yeah.
I could get over there.
Okay.
Number 3. They are, wow. I guess there are going to be some catches going around somewhere for the Steelers. Calvin Austin III, parentheses, Pitt, over 13.5 receiving yards.
This does not make me want to watch this game at all.
Number 2, Jonnu Smith.
Oh, my
Pitt,
God.
over 1.5 receptions made.
All right, we got to take the quarterback under. That's what I'm hearing, basically.
Okay.
And number 1, Devon Achane, Miami, over 82.5 rushing yards.
Against Pittsburgh in the cold.
Yeah.
But so what are you going to do? What's Miami do offensively? Are they going to run it or are they going to throw it? Because they're saying
short passes.
Yeah.
Everything's changed with this recent development. Everything has changed.
Yeah.
Is this the Tua game in the cold to reverse the narrative?
I want to see it. I want to see it.
What's the win?
I mean, think about it. Ask somebody who doesn't really follow the NFL, who they like tonight. They're going to take Pittsburgh because Tua's in the cold.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Also, that Kansas City complete wipeout in the cold in the playoffs, it was sub-zero. It was insanely cold. 9's not
and
warm,
Mahomes was on the other side, so it makes
True.
sense why they lost that game.
Achane in the passing game, maybe?
Short passing.
I just
game?
hear all these
Possibly.
Steelers overs. I'm like, oh well, let's just take Rodgers under completions.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the number is.
The winds.
Yeah.
I'm reading a Pittsburgh article now that was posted this morning about the weather there. It could be wind gusts 15 to 20.
Yeah.
20.5 on Rodgers completions. I like that under, given what we've just heard.
That makes sense.
This is funny.
Most popular touchdown and first touchdown scorer also Achane. So they are in on Achane tonight.
Well, because they don't know anybody else on the Dolphins, mostly.
Yeah. He had a rib injury last week. But, it sounds like he's good to go as far as this game goes. It's funny. Every story you read about this game, it's a different trend with a different marker. This one says 46 degrees or colder. Tua is 1-7. But no talk about,
Dolphins,
all these playoff teams. Yep.
The Dolphin props, if you want to go down the board a little bit, obviously Achane is favored to score, -125. And then Waddle's +165. I would never bet Darren Waller at 3-1. That's very funny.
Mm-mm.
But you go down the board, Malik Washington's almost 5-1, Jalen Wright 6-1, Dulcich 7-1, Ollie Gordon 8-1. There's a Dolphin touchdown score. I don't know who it is, but there's somebody down the board that's going to hit.
Yeah. Jalen Wright is the 5th most popular anytime touchdown bet. That's 9-1 over at BetMGM. I'm surprised Metcalf's not in the room. Metcalf had the monster game with Rodgers last week, and if you're going Pittsburgh Steelers, I figured Metcalf. But again, the thinking is, okay, the cold and these wind gusts, it doesn't seem like they're really interested in the passing game.
Looking at Tua anytime touchdown props, 30-1 ish. Woo, 35-1 BetMGM.
Anytime?
35-1. So the market on him 18, 20, 22, 22, and then whoa, 35 at BetMGM. Look at Paul. Paul's going to do it. He's thinking. He's pondering.
I mean, what I'm picturing well, for multiple reasons, is him scrambling for the end zone and getting knocked the hell out against the Bills last year. But he was wouldn't be the first time we've seen him do something like that.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
I'm looking at running backs, like in the red zone.
What is Dulcich?
Jalen Wright had 3 red zone
MGM
carries last week.
MGM on Dulcich has 550, but there's got to be, that's going to be a rangy prop because he's not very popular. It all depends on, obviously, what people bet at those certain shops. Let's see. The range on Dulcich is literally 550 everywhere. I stand corrected. That doesn't even seem right. Like, why isn't that higher? I don't know.
They're all just copying and pasting on that. They don't know what to do.
Usually you get a range. Usually you get at least a couple dollars off here and there, but 550 everywhere. Like the Tua range, 18, 20, 22, 35. Dulcich, 550 everywhere.
And he's not scrambling at all. Tua.
No.
Tonight's the night, Paul. Tonight's the night, baby.
Well, your brother, the big Dolphins fan, he's usually got a pulse on what this team's going to do, when they're going to get blown out, when they're like, nope, stay far away from them. Did he say anything about this game? You checking
Throw
it
up
now?
a flare right now. Yeah.
A real-time flare.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is the reason you'll get more Steelers bets throughout the day is, well, it means more to them, even though they're both technically alive. It'll mean more. They got to win because the Ravens ended up winning yesterday, 24-0. But yeah, I mean that's it. I don't know that I hope we get to 3.5 because I'll be willing to jump in. Boy, they got to go to Detroit next week. Pittsburgh has to get this game or they're probably toast.
Well, if you must win, you must not be that good. Let's not forget that long life lesson.
And that's why I'm going against them in this matchup.
The Thielen stuff is very funny, though, Paul. Like,
Thielen.
Very funny.
I wish this is again. Can we do 0? That's what I would like to do.
Apparently, you're able to do it at one of the
doing
books.
alts. Yeah, they're fading them.
Right. Apparently, there's a book that allows you to slide it. Like, you could take a player and you could go 0 to 8, and you could like slide the reception number if you want to.
By the way,
it is not BetMGM.
Under 1.5 is -145. That's what they're betting
For Thielen?
For Thielen.
Rodgers loves those slot guys, man. He loves them.
I hope Phillip Rivers plays again so I can go under rushing yards for him. He ended up with -5 yesterday. Not a chance. Not a chance. All right, Lightning Bets on the other side. Also a surprise for you. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats with you here on the BetMGM Network. I did ask Corvey if he's alive. He said barely. No. He's stuck on a train that's broken down right now. This
I know.
guy.
I was gonna bring you the update.
Okay.
So I asked him on
Sorry.
both platforms. No, it's fine. I asked him on text and on his iCloud email. He answered on iCloud, not on text. I just said, "Are you alive?" ? And he said, "Barely, LOL. I'm stuck on a train. It's broken down." And then I said, "Phone ? And he said again from iCloud. Got my phone back from the Uber driver last night at midnight. It was a pain in the ass because I had to take a taxi to meet him by the football stadium." Oh, this is a grown man with a child. You know,
Are you sure?
That's the best part.
It's the best. Oh, it's so awesome. Highly entertaining. Who still has iCloud? I guess Horvey.
When I got
think
that
that's
text,
the list.
Yesterday from his email address, I knew it was bad news. I knew he wasn't going to make it to Boston.
I'm dying to know what concert he was at, because he's a big Dave Matthews guy. So say what you will about those people, but Horvey's also one of those. Oh man.
He told me on Friday he had an extra ticket. And I told him, "I'm going to be in New York until Saturday night. I won't be able to make it." He said, "Okay, cool, no problem." And then 6 hours later, he invited me again. And I'm like, "Nope, I still can't make it." I think the alcohol was taking its toll at that point. He was inviting me again to the same concert. It was very funny.
Are you sure it was alcohol?
No.
Yeah, I'm not either. We could lay odds on that, maybe.
Why don't we
we'll
have
have to
him
get
on?
him on the show. Yeah, we've got to get him on the show this week. 100%.
I was going through
Maybe
the list of
multiple times.
guys that we need to get on. Obviously, we'll have Felder and Brinson on tomorrow. I brought up GRP. Think we need to have GRP on one more time. Horvat, obviously, is a big one to get. John Murray, Matoy Pearson. Is there anybody else that we need to have on, that you're dying to have on one more time?
I mean, I'll forget people if we start naming names, but yeah, I'm sure there's others. I agree with all of those, of course, but anybody that supported the show. And I don't know. I would like to announce something this week, because we're getting so many messages, and it's like, I hope you guys find something. I hope you guys find something. And the loyal people are sticking with us throughout the week. And then what? I don't want people to think like you need to start searching for something else if you enjoy this content on a daily basis. And I don't know. So maybe we can talk about that off air and then talk about it on the air tomorrow. Something like that. But
sure.
There are 2 months left in the football season. We don't plan on just going away and hiding and just not doing anything. Because if we want a next job, this is the time now for us to strike. This is money time.
Speaking of money time, Jake, let's get the clip ready. I would like to play something that was heard on this network almost 2 months ago to the day about the Buffalo Bills. Jake, whenever you're ready.
In January, the McDermott defense is going to get flamed in a big spot. Probably by the Chiefs, maybe by somebody else. And they're going to get bounced before they get to the Super Bowl. And even if you wanted to construct some weird, like the Chiefs lose and they avoid playing like another hot offense, whatever, and they make it to the Super Bowl, come on. Come on with this team. This is not me saying the Bills are not going to win the division. This is not me saying they're not going to make the playoffs, that they can't win a game in January, that Josh Allen still can't win MVP. All of those things could still happen. I think they are going to win the division. But you can't tell me, and I mean this, and I always am honest here on the show, and I will always offer the caveat that I can be wrong. Even when I'm super confident in something, I'm wrong all the time. Part of the job, as much as I talk, opinions as strong as mine, I'm wrong all the time. I don't think I'm wrong about this one. I think this is actually incorrect. I don't know how you watch this defense get destroyed last night by the Atlanta Falcons and say, you know what, this is my team to win the Super Bowl. The defense isn't good enough. It's not good enough. It's year 9. We've seen this happen before with Sean McDermott. What makes you think this year is going to be different when every year goes exactly the same? My opinion, you bet Buffalo to win the Super Bowl, you are wasting your money.
Wasting your money, Sam.
That show will be replacing our show next week.
Correct. That's right. Next Monday at this time. Yes, more Jim Fossil, please.
Thank you.
The AFC playoff picture. So if you're wondering about the upside of the Bills, and Sam has laid it out clearly for some time. Right now, the 1 seed's Denver. The 2 seeds, New England, the team Buffalo took down yesterday. The 3 seed, Jacksonville. 4 seed, Pittsburgh. 5, LA Chargers. Bills, 6. Texans, 7. Like, who are you scared of? Who are you scared of?
Nobody.
Being scared of the Texans defense, I get it. The Broncos defense, understood. But come on. Where are the great offenses that have no questions? I don't really see them in this entire AFC playoff picture.
The Bills' defense does worry me for sure. To act like it doesn't would be a lie. I am definitely nervous about them having a horrible game and getting gashed. But if it's close late, I'll take 17. You can have everybody else in that conference. I'll take 17.
Yeah. Now, it's quite different than what you see in the NFC side with the Rams one. God, I think it's hilarious how it keeps flip-flopping in the NFC North. Leader goes Packers. Now they go to 7. Packers 7, Lions 8. The Bears go from the 7 spot to now the 2 spot because they won yesterday, and right now they're your division leader. Philly 3, Tampa 4, Seattle 5, San Francisco 6, Green Bay 7. How much stronger is the NFC? Really not close. That's why you see at the top, bunch of NFC teams for the Super Bowl odds. All right, Sam, lightning bets, where you at?
I'm going to take Oklahoma +1. Let's put this in now, just in case Oklahoma goes off the favorite. Why not? Let me take the Sooners +1. Actually, there are a couple 1.5s in the market. Count me in. Oklahoma +1.5. That would be in the first round game Friday night.
Yep, I would agree with that. I would. There are a couple of 3.5s out there. There's an offshore 3.5. I think like Fanatics, which I don't even have, has a 3.5. Right now it's a juice 3 just about everywhere. I'm hoping we can get to 3.5. I think we can with all the momentum that we're going to see on the Steelers before we get to kickoff tonight, but I am going to be backing the Miami Dolphins. This Tua in the cold thing is completely overblown. They've had multiple close games against the Buffalo Bills in the cold, and if you look at those teams that they faced, double-digit winning teams, playoff teams, Super Bowl contending teams, understand the concern, but also I'm not going to overreact to Rodgers' performance last week. I'm going to look at the larger sample size and how he's performed this season. But if it is windy, we know they're going to have that short passing game on the Pittsburgh side. So, but I will take the points, the Miami Dolphins. Paul Aspin, how about you?
I'm already on the Dolphins, so fins up. And I was doing that thing where I look at the touchdown scores and then the first touchdown scores, and I'm like, where can I take a shot? And then I took a step back. And I was like, I'm not doing this tonight. So, because I definitely try and get too cute with it and swing and miss. And as I said before, I will not be watching this game. So that's it. Just the Dolphins.
Get it. Dulcich 25-1 for a touchdown. No.
See, this is
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Tua 80, Rodgers 80. The little PA boot that he used to do back in the day.
Oh,
Saw JJ McCarthy do that yesterday. Just like
there was nobody
but
on
no.
that half of the field on that one.
Stepping backing away from the app.
Yep. Stick with your Dolphins.
The
Jake, how about you?
Bet365 app. Yeah.
It's pretty good. Not bad.
Yeah. Got some bonus bets now that the Chiefs are dead. So we'll figure out ways to use those. That could be fun this week.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Masters.
Come to the tailgate, Paul. We'll have a good time.
I feel like I'll be making an appearance.
We got to get Jake there.
Come on, Jake.
So that was going to be my question, because do you think you'll still be alive by kickoff? Because I'm going to be on the better angle from 3 to 6, but you're going to be there at like noon. So I was going to ask, like, I was going to say it's probably better to come before to increase the likelihood of Sam being alive, right?
First of all, I got way more than 7 hours in the tank. How dare you? Second of all, if you come before the show, you can actually eat and then go to the show.
It's a good call.
The food food comes out about 1:30 is when they're going to start cranking food out. And you've seen the menus. I mean, they do it right. Gertch has been there. Gertch came and ate and then like went home. He didn't even go out for the game. Remember that, Paul? I'm like, where you going? He's like,
That's right.
I got to go home. Yeah. He made it home by kickoff too, or like early first quarter.
He was beating the traffic.
He ate well though.
Who am I doing the show with?
It's Kate, right?
Yeah, it's me and the Monstable.
Okay. Just curious. He ain't going. He's like, I'm going to have to watch Eagles Commanders in college football. Because he's going to have to talk about it.
He might go.
I'll be there.
We'll see. We'll see.
Ooh, got him.
We'll be back tomorrow, I think. Stay with us all week. Hopefully we'll have things to share with you. For Sam, I'm Joe. For Paul and Jake and Gertch as well. Check us out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.